Okay. Alright. Yeah, right. Hello. There go my face. Crumpets. These are scones.
How many are there?
Well, I'm American. Biscuits.
Nice. Did Frank get first? Of course he did. He's like the best one, which was cool. So that party was a blast because I did amazing. Like I was undefeated until the end. Because we had two brackets, right? Everybody I fought, I sent them to the loser bracket. And then Frank, I fought him like halfway through, sent him to the losers bracket. And I was surprised because like Frank's good. Like fucking Scorpion himself, he just climbed his way out of the Nether realm and got in the wrench. And it was down to me and him. And I didn't win a single round of that fight. He fucking wiped his ass with me. So if I was there, I would have been second. LOL. Oh, we're talking shit. Oh my god, that's funny. I think last time I mentioned my sisters, I was talking about Cyber Like It. I was like, he's such a Chad. I love him so much. I let him date one of my sisters. But only Cyber. But he's taken, so he can't. You know, after
I pay thousands to suck dick. What? I spend so much on BJ.
me.
Oh shit! Why did that scare me? No! Oh, I jumped a little bit. That's
Paul, what's good in the hood? I'm almost ready. I'm settling something in a group chat. How you doing, man?
Get back in your glory hole, chicken.
Actually, I think I'm just about ready. Let's
Going in the glory hole.
percent confusion is over. Yeah, 23 seconds and I leave. No, 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 no. Wait.
Zordon, he's coming out of some sort of.
What's good in the hood, man? Damn, you actually made it. Yeah, it's pretty convenient having like 3 monitors. They're all separated too. I got chat. I got I'm monitoring my stream, the game. I got chat, and then I have OBS, and then I have my iPad. I'm like an operator from the Matrix. Oh shit, my chair. Tighten that. All right. And hopefully my cat stays asleep, because the moment I start talking to you guys, that's when she wants all the attention. And I'm like, bitch. No, I love that fucking cat though. Little scaredy cat. 3 monitors, you're moving up in life. That's like 1 more monitor than your car window. I fucking hate you right now. Oh, that was actually triggering. I got pilled with this shit and I just end stream. This is about where I left off too. I was gonna do and I have 4 again. Bought it. I bought another one for another $200 goddamn dollars.
Welcome, stranger. I believe this is your first time having a go into.
Destroy the pirates and shoot for the high score. Weapons and ammo are unlimited and it's all free. Earn tokens based on your score for a chance to win magnificent prizes. Exchange your tokens for charms and a token machine. They're full of treasure that can't be found elsewhere. Why is my phone blowing up still? Just let me know if the jokes bother you. I'll stop. Oh no, you're fine, dude. You're fine. Had you tilted? So it wasn't you guys that got me tilted. It was the fucking game, and I was too stubborn that when you guys start talking shit, and I was like, fine, I'll load it back up. But no, you guys are fine. Don't worry about that. I pride myself on my ability to take a joke, unless it's from Cyber. The shit hurt. Or I guess my tolerance has limits. He was fucking going for it. Yeah, but we're supportive and stopped the shit talk when it got to you. Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. I promise. Like I said about the thing, it really wasn't you guys. I was tilted because of the fucking game. And Audie would be like, just play something else, you're mad. Or you would do it too, actually. You'd be like, it's fine, dude, just play something else. And I looked something else up, like, quitter. And I'm like, oh, shit. And I had to get back in. I had to. It says doesn't have an ammo box yet, but I do. The whole mission of an ammo box is to pull it to the fucking top of the ammo. Yes, I'm going shooting tomorrow. Exchange your charms. Oh, yeah. Nah, I was like, it's fine. We still love you if you're not a real gamer. Yeah, supportive. You can destroy several targets at once by shooting. God damn it, you guys. Yeah, he's not wrong though. Be careful. Shooting a sailor will deduct points. I remember doing pretty all right with controller. Some targets can't. I know this shit. I know this shit. We're good. And it gives me the weapon that I need. All right. Anything else here? No, I guess that's it. All right, give me a few tries. Let's see. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck, oh, fuck you. Fuck you. Where's Cyber Knight? He didn't even leave Rocket League. He didn't even Rocket League. Oh, I don't know. Ah, ah! Fuck! Fuck! No! Fuck! Oh, I missed that guy. Ah, damn it. All right, next time I got it. I didn't see the. I got A. I want a S. 7,000 every 1,000. Yeah, I fucked up. All right, let's see. Yeah, I don't know. Last time I heard from him was in Jay's stream. Fuck. Oh wait, there's a big guy. Yep. Fucking music. Did I do it? Did I win? I get to hang out with Cyber IRL in a few weeks. I'm excited for you. I wish I could go. It's just past month has been kind of a nightmare. And I did get booked for that gig. Funny enough, it's actually next week, but I just didn't know, you know?
I'm speechless.
Wait, I didn't get 100%? Wait, there's another? Still pays good though? Yeah, it does. It's a little less. It was, cause for Orlando, I got paid, what was it? Like 1,000 a day. This time it's only 750, but I get to not travel. So that definitely helps. I think I missed one of the skull things. Fuck! Can I quit shooting? I already messed up. So this is for 2 days though, so I get was that 1,500? I was gonna take a nice paying weekend gig, then I remembered I'm already rich, so I'll play video games instead. Right on. Must be nice. I wanna be rich. Yeah, and this money's gonna go towards the deductible of actually fixing my car. Fuck! Damn it, I missed again. Alright, I have to hit these. I have to. I should just rename the stream fucking target practice. Go, oh.
3, 2,
Oh shit, that's good, but also kind of sucks. Hold on, I'll read that in a moment. Oh shit.
Beautiful. That's the stuff. It's a bully bonanza. Fire everything you've got.
All right, where is it?
Superb shot.
Oh, I did miss one. No! Fuck. I hope there's some left over for games or crack or whatever you need to unwind. Maybe a nice 6-pack will do. Or some of this, actually. Hold on, wait for it.
A perfect performance.
Fuck, I almost got that one. I think I know the one I missed was one of the treasure chests.
One.
I'll get it this time. I'll get you this time, Gadget.
You're an artist.
I'll be able to get that reference. I don't think I'm trying to say like a slur or something.
Superb shot. Reload.
Do kids these days even watch Inspector Gadget? Probably not.
That's the stuff. Beautiful. That's it.
Oh yeah.
You've been waiting for it. A flood of targets. You're an artist, mate.
Fuck! I missed it again. How will they make Inspect Her Gadget jokes then? They won't. They don't know nothing about that.
I'm speechless.
All right. Dang, I'm getting a little annoyed at this. All right, hold on. I got it. I lied. This is the one.
Superb shot. That's the stuff. Beautiful.
I was actually close.
Reload.
Reloading! So yeah, and there'll be some left over. My deductible after the window is 800. So
Superb shot. That's the stuff.
oh yeah. Wait.
It's a bully bonanza. Fire everything you've got.
I missed it again. God damn it. Hate this game. Fucker. I got that one. God damn it. All right, hold on. Woosa! God damn it, Castle! I know, right?
I can't believe it.
But I'm committed because the rewards are actually worth it,
3, 2, 1.
and this is a lot more fun than playing this on controller.
Superb shot. That's it. Brilliant. Reload.
That's the best Punisher movie.
That's the stuff.
Fucking bitch.
Some of the time. 3.
Can I make it to like toggle rather than aim type? Is there aim type toggle? Just because probably not. R&R. It's fine.
2, 1.
TV show was the best. Oh yeah, I think I like that. I think he's my favorite Punisher. John Bernthal. He gets like the grounded, like the soldier. You know what I mean? The Punisher movie, Punisher Warzone, that one in particular. I think that's just a good ass fucking comic book movie. And it's probably the most comic accurate. Oh shit, I fucked up.
That's the
Got it.
superb shot.
Okay.
That's it. Let the bonus time begin.
John Bernthal was inspired casting. I think it was great. I'm gonna lower my sensitivity a little bit. This is the one? I think that's it. Four? Okay. 1, 2, 3. 4? Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's try this. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
2, 1, begin. Superb shot. That's the stuff. Beautiful. Reload.
Ain't no shame in quitting because of failure, right? No, I'm gonna be at this first shooting gallery all night if I have to.
That's it. Brilliant. That's the stuff. It's a bullet bonanza. Fire everything you've got.
I'm probably still gonna suck at this.
Superb shot. Beautiful.
Please, 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 please. No! All right.
Some of the time. 3, 2, 1, begin.
This is gonna be like the most boring stream I've had so far. I'm just gonna be trapped here for the whole time.
That's it. You're an artist, mate. Reload.
I love that you consistently miss only the last hit. Yeah, I hate that actually. I hated it.
That's the stuff. Brilliant. That's it.
Oh yeah.
Let the bonus time begin.
Please, 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 please.
Superb shot. Beautiful. That's your lot.
Ah. Well, at this point, I don't even think I need. I think I could just focus on that.
Multiple.
Like, I don't need to focus on the treasure chests or whatever. I think for the like last thing, like I think I could just like kind of technically miss everything and just get these guys, you know?
That's the stuff. Brilliant. Reload. That's it. Superb shot. You've been waiting for
Come on.
a flood of
Come on, Joey. Come on, Joey. Pack myself up.
superb shot. And that's
Motherfucker, you know, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for it to like boop, and then I'll do it. I'm not gonna track it. I'm gonna wait. All right. I'm gonna be on Overwatch. All right.
some of the time. 3, 2, 1, begin. You're an artist, mate. That's the stuff. Superb shot. Reload.
But what are you up to tonight, dude? You just chilling? You just being chilling? How's the family doing? How's the little baby?
Beautiful. That's the stuff. It's a bullet bonanza.
I'm gonna play some Final Fantasy Tactics in it. Oh, dude, that's like one of the best ones.
Superb shot. You're an artist, mate.
All right, I'm gonna wait, like right here.
That's your lot.
Ah! Baby kept whining like a baby today. Ah, what a fucking baby.
A perfect performance. Are you for real, mate?
All right, I got that one. All right, get ready for more.
3,
Oh shit, first try? Yeah, dude, totally.
begin. Double kill.
Oh shit.
Beautiful.
Oh god, that feels weird.
Superb shot.
Oh shit! Alright, next time.
That's the game.
Alright, I got it.
I can't believe it. Superb job. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Double kill. Superb shot. You're an artist, mate. Brilliant. Reload.
Alright, I got it this time. But if I'm not mistaken, I heard that this technically has less content than the War of the Lions, right? Because I always thought the PSP one was like the definitive Final Fantasy Tactics.
You've been waiting for it. A flood of dark.
Oh shit. Fuck.
Superb shot.
Alright. See, I didn't know which ones go away, so I had the priority. Oh shit, that was cool.
Shot.
I missed one though. Fuck, reloading. Oh, I should have reloaded during the bonus. Alright. I like it when they make games look and play better and don't worry about content changes. Well, I think the cutscenes are different, but it's voiced now, right? So it's like, there's like trade-offs.
A perfect performance. 3, 2, 1. Begin.
Like, if I'm not mistaken, this is based off of like the PlayStation version. And I don't know if it has the same script as
Beautiful.
War of the Lions or not. Because I like how like Shakespearean that one kind of sounded.
Reload.
Alright, this is the one, I know it.
Very good. You're an artist, mate. Let the bonus time begin. Beautiful. Superb.
Oh god. Okay.
Beautiful. You're an artist, mate. Beautiful. And that's the game.
Fuck. Does that count? Did I get it all? Did I do it?
Targets don't just stick around
Yay.
forever, right? Don't
Okay.
let a small fry distract you
We got
from
one
the
more.
big fish. 3, 2, 1. Begin.
Oh god.
That's the stuff. Double kill.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, I saw Jay in there. Let me,
You're an artist, mate. Incredible.
Oh shit, wrong gun. Stop it! Fuck.
That's it.
Alright, I got it this time. Bonus point to piss off Jay because they went woke and let women have voice acting lines or whatever. I know, right? Okay. I had to switch. Forgot about that.
Targets are, well, particular. 3, 2, 1. Begin.
Oh. Oh, you know what? Actually, I do think there was something behind that. Let me check something. Or I'll just practice here.
That's the stuff. Reload.
One of these guys has, or is it this one? No. Is it this guy?
Beautiful. You've been waiting for it. A flood of targets.
Don't go away. No, please.
Brilliant. Beautiful.
Fuck. I fucked up. I fucked up. I think I got, was it 9 out of 10? I think it's later on. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's way more.
Targets don't just. 3, 2, 1. Begin.
There it is. I knew it.
That's it.
Shit.
Fuck. Oh.
Reload. Superb shot. Double kill.
No, switch. Fuck. Nah, god damn it.
Beautiful.
Fuck. Oh, I hate this.
Nice.
Let me see what I can get first. And I might just come back to it. I don't think I have to do it all right now. You can use 3 silver or gold tokens at the token machine to win random charm. The more tokens used, the greater chance of getting a rare item. 1, 2, 3. Yep. Is he grabbing his dick? 20% handgun craft bonus frequency. That's pretty good. Nice. %% off resources. Oh, fuck yeah. %, handgun ammo craft bonus frequency. I should try it again. %, off the rocket launcher. That's pretty good, actually. That's pretty good. Good.
A rifle can take out multiple targets. 3,
Please. Please.
begin. Superb shot. That's the stuff. Double kill. Reload. You're an artist, mate. Incredible.
Shit.
Beautiful. That's it. That's your lot.
Woo-sa.
I dare say we've underestimated. 3, 2, 1, begin. Superb shot.
Fuck. Fucking damn it. I missed the last skull, but at least shit. I'm doing awful. I just want to throw a grenade out here. All right, I just need 100%. So that's all I gotta do. Let's quit sucking. I'm almost there.
3, 2, 1, begin. Beautiful. That's it.
Fuck. Don't.
Reload. Superb shot. Double kill. Brilliant. You've been waiting for it. A flood of targets. Beautiful.
Fuck, I don't think I got the skull. No. How many did I get this time? Also, I feel like one of these, it reveals a skull if I shoot it, no?
And that's the game.
Well, I'm gonna crash out, as the kids say. Yeah, where the fuck is that last one anyway? It's gotta be behind another... You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna look it up. 1C shooting range RE4. I've had it! Alright. You're gonna watch this with me, because we're family now. Display capture. I'm gonna move this over here. Oh. 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 Can you guys see this? Oh, game capture. That's why. Alright, we're gonna watch this. We're gonna see what I'm missing here.
I'm going to show you to get a perfect score on 1C of the shooting
Yeah, do
range.
it. Okay.
Remake. So first thing we're
Yeah,
going
what's
to do
his
is
frame
grab
rate?
the barrel. We have to shoot his barrel. Reveal the skull. Then we get the guy
get
from the
them.
back.
Oh boy,
Okay,
good.
And then from here we need.
Oh,
basically
it's
go to
on
the
that
rifle.
guy.
You
I
just
didn't
gotta
see
rotate
it.
Until you see the skull.
Oh, okay.
Hit that guy in the belly.
I didn't see that
Double
one.
kills right here. And then this guy hit him on
An
the
S,
right.
I would
so
give you
we
a
don't hit the
D.
guy behind him. Then we're gonna reload both guys.
That's a win for me.
And after this, we're gonna swap back to the rifle.
I see what you did there.
Gonna zoom in, wait for the double kill.
I'll give you a P. Yeah.
This guy's a single kill.
It was that
Gonna
one
wait here
spinning
for
that
another
first
double.
guy. I didn't know.
That's something fancy we can do here. We can get a double kill on the skull, like that.
Oh, cool.
And then we can hit that, hit that, hit that, and then reload.
Then it's back there. That's the one I keep missing. Yeah.
Okay, one skull. Wait for this one to turn.
2.
All right. And then here, if you can, you want to double up anything that you can, like those.
Peanuts.
Can't
D's
find-
nuts.
Swapping weapons takes so long. You gotta do them one at a time. Hit that skull. Hit that.
Damn, you did good shit.
Like
Good
that.
shit.
There we go.
All right.
Perfect.
It was that one. I know the one I missed. I'll be good. All right, game capture, display, and then all right, let's try this again. Oh, okay.
Let all be. We 3, 2, 1, begin. You're an artist, mate. That's the stuff. Oh, beautiful.
Uh-oh. Oh god. I don't think I hit the skull.
It's a bullet bonanza. Fire everything you've got. Superb shot. You're an artist, mate. Superb shot.
I would have gotten an S. Oh shit, I rushed that. Oh, I had to reload. Oh, alright. Well, I'm a little closer. A little closer.
Super. 3, 2, 1, begin. You're an artist, mate. That's it. Brilliant. Reload.
This is, I'll read that in a second, Rin. What up, Rin? How you doing, buddy? I'm like in the zone. Oh no! Okay, we're good.
Double kill.
Fuck.
That's not like you.
I don't even care. I don't even care. I don't even care anymore. All right, but we're gonna get the skulls. That's all I want, baby. Fuck! I keep. Alright, I missed it again. Doesn't matter. I might as well read now. This is ironically the best part of the game I've seen the most of. This is ironically the part of the game I've seen the most of. Really? It's probably because everybody spends all their goddamn time here trying to get S ranks.
Very good. And that's the game.
All right. Doing all right. Playing Monster Hunter with some friends. Which one? The new one? Wilds?
Performance.
What's it called?
Are you for real, mate?
I think you're a Monster Hunter guy.
3, 2,
All right. This is the one.
brilliant. That's it. Targets don't just stick. 3, 2, 1, begin. You're an artist, mate. That's the stuff. Superb shot.
Come on.
Reload.
Oh god. It's a Tyrese meme. Please! No!
Beautiful. Double kill. Sorry, mate. That's
I don't even give a fuck about the sailor.
it's a bullet bonanza.
Okay, please.
Everything you've got.
Not fucking around anymore, game. Oh, thank God.
You're an artist, mate.
Did I do it? I did it! Get fuck boxes. I don't even care. I did it. Woo! Tickety. Oh, I got them all. I'm the best. All right, cool. All right, now I can fuck off till the next chapter.
I'm speechless.
Let me get this.
Do come again.
Oosa. %50 submachine gun ammo craft bonus frequency. Frequency is not that great, but if it was just like 50% more made, crafted, that'd be nice. It's all right. We did it. Now I can save the goddamn president's daughter. All right, first of all,
Break's over, I suppose.
yeah,
Welcome.
yeah, you do
Got a
suppose.
selection of good
You know,
things on
where is
sale
it? It's
today. Next
where do I customize that?
price.
It's here, isn't it? Yep. Yeah, the new one. Sweet. Yeah, I haven't played that one. I haven't played since Worlds. Sorry, spamming the arena right now for new drops. Oh, dude, you're fine. You don't have to apologize. I get it. I get it. 20% handgun craft. Left. Submachine gun craft bonus. Off resources. Center. And then... These stack. Handgun frequency. Okay. 10% health recovery. Yeah, that's pretty nice. For green herbs, though, is that only green herbs? Or is that mixed herbs, too? Because if it's just green herbs, fuck that. I'll just do the crafting bonus. And I don't need a rocket launcher yet. I'll equip that when I buy it. But yeah, Wilds is pretty fun if it doesn't cook your PC. I have a pretty good rig. I don't know. We'll see. But I've heard it, like, for most people, it runs kind of like shitty. And
Welcome.
look, stranger. Oh yeah, I'm broke. I can't. That's how Steve sounds.
Give that the care it deserves, mate. Anything else
I buy
can
bolts?
help you with?
Oh, I could
Get some bang for your
treasure
buck.
map. I don't need it because I think I already have it technically. Yellow herb would be nice. Punisher.
How have we
And it retains excellent penetration power with low recoil. Giggity. We'll get one of these. And then laser sight. Oh!
I say that a lot, but
Oh, actually, I don't think my gun has that. Let me see. Sell. What kind of gun do I have first? Also, where the fuck are the Vipers at?
Ruby's all rubbish. It makes no difference. The well done.
It's 2 out of 3. I don't know where that third Viper is. Sentinel 9? Because this is the gun I'm using right now. Can I? Sentinel 9? Sentinel 9? Sentinel 9? Yay! Oh, fuck. Oh, never mind. I'll get a yellow herb. I'm reloading. I didn't mean to do that.
Ammo will
I did not mean to do that. Fuwiwa? It probably runs better than Borderlands 4. What's Fwiwi? Fwiwa. What's Fwiw?
welcome. What can I interest you in? A wise choice. I know. I say that.
Oh, for what it's worth. Oh, okay. Dude, I've never seen that before. I've never seen for what it's worth like that before.
Ruby's all rubbish. It makes no. Well done, stranger. Well then, we'll come back any.
Oh, wait, I need to repair the knife.
Welcome. Give that the cat. Don't get yourself killed.
Don't get. Don't. Let's see. Oh. I have a lot of shit on me. Oh, it's 3. Ooh. Let me craft some shit though. And then 12. Let me get some shotgun. Let me see if there's a bonus. 10. I think that was a bonus. I think usually it's like 5. Oh, no. No. 12. And bolts. Oh. Wait. Is that a different knife? It's not my combat knife. Fuck that. Need that. I have enough handgun ammo. I need to chill on that actually, but I'll do some bolts. Then yeah, that's fine, I guess. Yes. Sweet. All right, let me save again. Let's go. Let's go get eaten by the lago. Wait, there's a treasure over there. I think I missed that last time. Let me see. Or is this like I need like a key or some shit? I think it's that I need a key. Let me see. Yeah, god damn it. All right. It's this way first. Nope. Oh, I hear okay. Are you? Too dark. Where is it? I hear a those little bobblehead things. Up here? On the corner? There he is. What it's worth. I never saw that like abbreviated before. I should have known that. I feel dumb now. Okay, I can't cross here yet. Let us go this way. Okay, we're good. Ah! This game makes me happy! And then, yeah, the guys are dumping the bodies. Good to know some things don't change. Oh god, what happened to his head? Where's your head at? Where's your head at?
What was that?
Sick. Anything else I can observe? Yep.
Damn, look at the size of that.
That's what she said. That way.
Looks like there's something over there.
Tight. And then. Okay. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go back and save. Only because I'm about to get killed on purpose. All right? Or I think I have to clear this area. I think enemies show up. Then I can come back. But I want to shoot the leg and get eaten. Pussy. You're a pussy. What are you calling me a pussy for? You're a pussy. What up, Jay? How's work? No, because I'm gonna intentionally die. I'm gonna shoot the I'm gonna shoot the leg and get eaten. You know how it is. The boat fuel is stored within the generator fuel inside the processing building at the fish farm. Take only what you need. I'm gonna take all of it. I need all of it. Savings for pussies. You ain't never gonna catch me saving. Dude, I literally watch you save scumming for like the past 2 days. But nice. You got me. And you'll be like, fake news. Or you're hacked, right? That's... I like that one. I hope you're having a good night, dude. Dude, I had so much fun watching you play Resident Evil 2. Like, I'm really stoked for your next streams this month.
But the finest. Where's...
And I really can't wait for you to get to this and 8. Only because they're technically, you know, with this one in particular, you know, like new games. You haven't played 8, and then this one, it's got enough changes to it, but it's basically, you know, just a heavily enhanced version with new cutscenes and some minor story. I'd say it kind of reminds me a bit of the Silent Hill 2 remake and then the Resident Evil 2 remake, where it's like same shit, but you know.
I tested out other options for Resident Evil 2. I think I'm going to do the GameCube versions of 2, 3, and Code Veronica.
Sweet. Oh yeah, brother. You know, I think I saved too early. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, at least go with GameCube. Nice. Please don't break my stream. This is a good redeem, though. I like that one. I don't know why I'm looting. I'm literally about to kill myself. I'm wasting time, but I've gone too far. At least I think this will do it. Here, let me see. Let me shoot the fish. Yeah, they're still here. May I ask why you're sticking with GameCube? Just the fish or the water? Yeah, here we go. Chomp. Because I think, is there a trophy? Oh, I thought there was a trophy. Back. Oh, nice. It saved me over there. All right. I still need to loot over here, though, but we good. We good. Do it. Then this is literally a puzzle. I need more of these. Ooh, I have one. Okay. I need 2 more. I need 2 more. Oh, I don't know. I thought that was a new comment. Do you have your Dreamcast version of 2 doesn't emulate well?
Dreamcast version of 2 doesn't emulate well, and Code Veronica consensus seems to be GameCube version is best.
All right. Yeah. I knew about the Code Veronica and the GameCube. The PS2 one is the one I streamed only because like I had no choice at the time. Now I could fucking in the PS3 version if I want, but that shit was annoying, dude. It was like grayscale. It's playing Resident Evil grayscale. Code Gray is what it should have been called. All right, and then yeah, I don't think I can drive this yet. I need fuel. Correct? Yeah. All right.
Come on. Fill the tank when you're done.
I'm annoyed at CVX HD version on 360 and PS3. Never got a PC release. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I have it on PS3. So I could just, oh shit, I gotta go back up the ladder. I could just stream that, but I feel you. You could emulate it. Apparently it emulates fine. For some reason though, I was having issues with the, what's the PS3 emulator called again? PCSX3? No. It's like PRC something, like there's an R in there, I think. I forget, it doesn't matter. Oh shit!
God damn it.
Because I actually like the lighting in that game. Oh fuck. Donde estás? With their lisps, their Spanish lisp. You know what? Fuck you guys.
Present for you.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Huzzah. Oh, there's a Viper here, if I remember correctly. And there's traps. Rifle ammo. I'll even have a rifle, stupid. I will say that was a very well placed grenade. Oh shit. There it is.
Give me a break already.
Where's the bomb at? Oh, there it is. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Okay. You're a puta cabron. Your mom's a puta. Oh wait, there's pesetas over there. Pesetas where? Oh wait, what? Where? For real? Oh. Hell yeah, brother. Oh shit. Oh shit, it made like Parasite died sounds. Oh shit, what are you doing? What are you doing? Oh nice. Oh, those are, that's my emote. I forgot I had that one. One mo. I need one mo. I gotta drop down from there. Did you get the Rebecca photo in RE2 yet? By searching Wesker's desk 50 times? Where is it? There it is. Yeah, nice. You have to. Even though it does nothing, you have to.
That should do it.
Oh shit, hell yeah. Okay. Treasure? I think I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good right now, even though there's something over there, but I'll get it when I get back. I think this is where the gas is. 1, 2, 3. Why do crows sound like that? Like, bah! It's fucking terrifying. Ooh, shit. You know what? There we go. And then the snake is gonna go right here. Knife goes right there. And the snake. Perfect. Not really, but it'll do.
This is what I'm talking about.
Chicken egg. Anything else in here? Yeah, there's a treasure in here. Silver token. Just what I wanted. Be inlaid. Sick. I can sell that, and then tight. Is that it? Yeah. And there's one more. No, I got them all, I think. Requests? 5 out of 5. Okay. Viper Hunter, I got one. Oh yeah, okay. I did everything so far. I'm a good boy. Leon's a good boy. Good boy, Leon. Who's a good boy? I don't know what I'm doing. Smokey! I needed that. Alright, cool. I'm glad to know Jill, and I guess Claire to an extent, are the masters of unlocking things. Suit. Did that. A lot they come. Oh shit. ¿Dónde estás? Right here. Jump down. Claire's not a master. No, but she doesn't need small keys, right? Can't she lockpick or no? Does she need small keys? You're playing 2 right now. I honestly forget if she needs those or not. She has a lockpick, but she's not a master. Well, I said to an extent.
Not bad, right?
Oh shit. Because even Jill needs a lockpick too. And no survivors. Where you at, bitch? I hear you. Bitch is. I hear 2 voices. Where they at? Oh. Here's one. Suplex, bitch! Oh! 4. Alright. Ah, somebody's running. Shit. Sorry, I can fix it. I can fix it. I can fix it. Fuck, this game is good. I hear another snake. I think that's a snake. Any more treasure and shit? No, I think I'm good. It's time to skedaddle. Let's get out of here, gang. Can at least sell it. I like how Ray's trying to troll now. It just made me laugh a little bit. What was he saying? Like, RE3 Jill is like a clone? Shit. Something like that, yeah. Alright, now there was something locked. And yeah, it's in here. Well, ooh, this is, wait, this is for treasure? I thought this was to progress. Right? Yeah, I can't do it yet. But small key, there's something that was locked. Back here. The ladder. Fucking cyber. That's funny. To unlock some shit. I don't know if I need a special key for that one over there, but I know for sure I think a small key is needed for this one down here. Whee! Sell some shit. Doing that.
Took care of her requested. I knew I could count on you. What can I interest you in? Ruby's all rubbish. It makes
Findable?
no
No.
difference.
Just sell.
The price.
Just sell.
That's
wait.
our choice to make.
Sick.
This is what I'm talking about. Fine work. That's good work, if I do say so myself.
Power. Pretty low, actually.
Dazzled, are you? Our craftsmanship demands no less.
I could buy. Goodbye.
Why not try your hand at a new gun, stranger?
It's too late to upgrade my case? Yeah. I don't have space for that. I can repurchase these, which I don't want to fucking do that. Should I wait? I'll look at it now, because by the time I have more money, I'll be able to buy a bigger case.
You'll cut
It'll be
through
worth
the
it.
crowd with that pleasant
Let me
trap.
wait, tune up.
Well, look at you, mate.
Trade some shit.
What can I do you for?
Laser sight.
Good instinct, stranger. Come back any.
Birds. Yeah. Oh. I see. I don't like that. Why is it over here? It needs to be next to it. It's not a big deal, but I will. Bolts, I guess. Just make some more space. And that can go right there. Shit. Why am I like this? Why am I doing this? Whatever. What about none? Alright. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. It's fine. There'll be more resources. Alright, let's go get eaten by Delago. After I go pee-pee. Be right back, everybody.
I fucking suck today. Who's live? We got Lily Montana playing Silent Hill 2. We got Lily Lotus playing Pummel Party. You got Pig Madison playing Quiet Pace. We got Super Sleepy playing GTA 3.
I'm not sure if he does, but I'm trying to get later prints. No, I did not. No, I did not. Show's over. Fuck Diggity 85. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Oh, fuck. Damn, bro. You okay, Carlos? Is your oil okay? I like the sound of that. Oh, he's fucked up. He's like bugging right now. I'll cheese the fuck out of you. Hell yeah. I lucked out. Did you drop anything? That's funny.
Am I going the right way? Wait. No. No, I can't go up. Why can't I look up and go there? I'm trying. Don't you dare. Don't you dare fail me, game. Don't you fucking dare fail me. This is on you, not me. Fuck! Fucking bitch. I can't aim up. How am I supposed to go there if I can't look there? I thought I was going the right way. Hey. back, empty bladder, and a new
shit.
beer. Go.
Oh shit. All right, joke's on you. I'm gonna do this.
I'm gonna die. Yeah, I remember this part being kind of hard. Is this your last RE game? Yeah, and then technically, File 2. But that's gonna be an ongoing thing. I'll consider myself kind of done with, like, the main mission, after this. And then I'm actually gonna see if I can go to Cybers on Sunday. I shouldn't hit him up right now. Oh, wait, what am I doing? Okay, I can pause it. Down for File 2 help on Sunday. And Grandia is next? Yeah. Yeah, Grandia is probably gonna be my next stream after this. Not including, like I said, Outbreak File 2 is gonna be ongoing for what, a month or two? Also, what day works better for you? Fridays, or I mean, Wednesdays or Thursdays? Because you're off those days, right? I think it was Wednesdays last time. Which, Wednesdays, I can't really do anything before 9 p.m. So if you want to do 8, I'm always free Sunday, Wednesday, and Thursday nights. I'm actually leaning towards Thursday because I can start earlier. I can start around 8 usually. Ah. Oh god. Where is he?
Think you can swallow me whole, huh?
Ah! Okay. Fuck, man. Yeah, this is fucked up on hardcore difficulty. I'm on standard now, so I'll be fine, I think. Show yourself, coward! Oh, missed. Fuck.
Where'd you go?
I don't want to jinx it, but I just noticed there's something I haven't done yet. Because I'm just too good.
Tough son of a
Gotta find a way to make money off of this. Fucking die, motherfucker. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Shit. The boat can't take much more of this. Skill issue? Yeah, I'm not knocking that.
Won't take another hit like that.
Finally, goddamn. Oh, wait. Hey, what up, DJ? How you doing, man? I was promised Leon's butthole. Just you wait. It's coming. A lot is coming. How's your night going, dude? You really liking that Sonic racing game? I haven't looked at any reviews. I don't know if people are liking it or not, but I remember liking Sonic All-Star Racing Transformed. That was actually pretty good. Dog, weren't you just on Village? Yeah, I beat it. And the DLC. Oh, we're Gucci. We're Gucci. Wait, can I customize the case? Nope. Save. And continue. Sonic racing game looks fun, but I ain't paying $70 for a kart racer. Yeah, that's pretty insane. I mean, just the pricing of like games like that in general, like Mario. We're gonna raise the price of our games to 80 based on the value. It's like, dog. I mean, it does look fun. And if I, you know, oh shit, nice. Kart racing should be like 40 max. Yeah. Like, I like Mario Kart as much as the next guy, but not only does that one look like a downgrade from 8, I think it's overpriced. 70 for a PC port that has limited capabilities with mods. I'm down. Oh, you modding it? What kind of mods you got? That's what he sounds like. He sounds like my friend's dog when it wants attention. It goes. It's like, what's wrong with your dog? I'm like, he does that. I'm on the fuck out of it already. New music, better racers and animations, and of course art. Alright. I ain't done yet. Can I get back on the boat? Or no, not yet. Fuck, I can't do it yet.
Condor one.
Hunnigan, hey, Hunnigan, hey, how you doing, Hunnigan? You good? Oh, what are you up to? You,
Yeah, I'm fine.
Hi.
Won't let it happen again.
And the church?
And Barefoot Rogue? I have no idea what that means.
Whatever key I need.
Copy that. I'm glad you're okay. Roost out.
Yeah, I'm okay, Hunnigan. How are you? What are you doing? The Batgirl? Oh, Rouge. Her grippers are out. That's funny. I love how you described that. Yeah, I think with Rouge, I think the U is before the G, right? But Rogue. Apple tried to correct me. Yeah, dude. Fucking autocorrect pisses me off sometimes. What is that? Who is that? What is that? Is it the crying baby? Is it the realistic baby mask? I can't tell what that is. It's actually upsetting me. What is it? Oh, this is where they tortured the guy and cut his head off, I guess. Storytelling. Where's his head?
I'm sorry.
Oh, little
I
baby.
don't have any. I'm a little baby. I'm a baby. I have no money.
I could pay you in blocks.
No,
Oh shit.
I'm a baby.
This is that part. This is that part. Did I flashbang? Can I make flashbangs? Fuck. Oh no. So, oh Jesus. I'm gonna throw a grenade at them. Didn't hear that. Oh, it's a dead end. Okay. Speaking of a flashbang, so there I was at the gym and there was this old guy doing his thing. Oh, I think I know where this is going. It's always the old people. Old guy hangs dong in the locker room. Oop. The green herb. Need that herb. I get that herb. Smoke weed every day. Gotta get that herb. Oh, wrong button. Fuck off! Oh shit. He's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me.
Ahí está. Here you go.
Oh shit, it hurt me too. That's okay, that was funny. Grenade at his own feet, a forbidden technique. That's pretty cool though, the parry. I'm not mad at it. It was stupid. But also I thought he had more people with him. I thought they'd be like behind him. That's a preemptive grenade. The forbidden technique. You drew first blood, making me the victor. How you like my ass to foot style? So, yo, did you hear about that one guy who was just arrested for felony fraud? He was a famous shoe seller called Cool Kicks or something like that. I've never heard of this. Who that is?
Is this place?
Nice. Oh, E. Okay. It's really weird that E is crouch.
Some kind of shrine.
The company complex used to take celebs there to get shoes and shit. Alright, nice.
Same mark from the church.
Get it? Oh.
Is this the key?
Gotta put stuff there. But you got arrested for selling seriously good counterfeit sneakers? That's funny.
It's the lake.
It's indistinguishable from the real thing. You suck. Thanks, man. That's really nice of you. Love you too. Investigate the two locations. Oh. Oh, I see. All right. Let me get through. Let's get to the boat. And then it's stoner bashing time. Can I open this? Yes. Way shrine key. Joey looking close to wait. Joey looking close to see that he sucks was fucking hilarious. Well, it's like on my display, the emotes are really tiny, so I have to like, who is that? Oh, you suck. Oh, thank you, man. Can you imagine if I had to like, if I was like nearsighted or something, so I had to, or farsighted, so I had to be like, oh, thank you. I suck. Someone fetch me a rare gold chicken egg. What will I do with it? Well, sometimes it's more fun not knowing, right? He's gonna fuck it. Joey is queer-sided. That'd mean I only see queer folk, right? Okay, we are going. First of all, I know where the egg is. It's over here. And oh, there's some shit I missed over here. What? Locked. Drawer, way shrine. Oh, nice. Go insignia. Okay, I gotta go back. Yeah, we're going this way. Also, I think there's an island right in the middle. Joey, I need to know how to do this, goddammit. Yeah. Yeah, you do. Well, what's your schedule like tomorrow evening? Or actually, depending on when I stop stream, I could probably help you out tonight. Sir, I'm still unemployed. Really? I thought you got that job. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go over there and have a stern discussion with these employers. Me too. They never called me back. Those bastards. Red 9 is actually a really good gun. Maybe they found you have the bad feet mods. I would use that against you if I found that out in the hiring process. We're like, guys. But no, man, good luck with the hunt. I know how frustrating that is. In fact, I'm trying to help my neighbors find a fucking job. That's actually why I was a little bit late today. They're older. I was helping them out with like the resume and like Indeed and stuff like that. I applied to Blizzard. Oh, good luck, man. What would you be doing? I think these chickens actually attack me, if I'm not mistaken, which, let's be real, I could be. Brown. The golden's like over here. Gold! I like gold. I could be a monster and just kill these chickens. But no. I'll give them mercy today. And they wait, you should see their showers. And they said no, because I'm not a rapist? I don't get it. Congrats on not being one though, that's good. Hey Leon, nice cock, yeah. Alright, what we got? Boathouse, I gotta get the doodads, so I'm gonna actually go back here and get that treasure. Even though, is it too late? Can I just throw stuff in storage? I can. Or no, I have to go to a, let me go back to the fucking, what's his face? The merchant. Stone pedestal. Not yet. Actually, wait, do I have the extra piece or no? I do! No, that's not what that is. I do not have it yet, but I'll get it. Joey, read chat 29 minutes later and out of context will always baffle me. It happens, dude. In his defense, he can't read good. No, I cannot. Because he's queer-sided. Your chat's too straight. I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about. You need to yassify your chat some more, and I'd be like, oh, why didn't you say so the first time? Oh, damn, ads. Well, I'll have you know, you get the same spiel for the low price of $5.99 a month.
Stupid bitch, you filthy slut! Did you fuck with me?
I fucking love Chucky, dog.
I have some new
Storage. Let me actually, can I examine before I do this? Okay. I actually gotta go do my job for a while. All right, I'll probably be here. See ya. Peace out, dude. Thanks for hanging out. Power ammo capacity is 22, 1.3, 4, 1.5. Precision's 3. Capacity's 8. I'm gonna put this in storage for now. Well, this 1.3 is what I saw, and this is 1.3, and then 1.5. So it's already actually more powerful. Joey, when are you going to play Silent Hill F? That's right, dude. Actually, I was just telling Jay that because after Resident Evil, I wanted a palate cleanser, right? I was like, I've been wanting to stream a JRPG, and I was wanting to play a couple of the Grandia games. And I almost played Silent Hill F before this, but I'm so close to finishing my marathon that I'm just like, might as well just pinch it off, right? I will probably put a poll up on what people would rather see me play, Grandia or Silent Hill F, but it's definitely soon. It might be before or after Grandia. I actually don't know. I think I looked it up. Isn't it only like a 10 to 12 hour game? What is Grandia? Grandia is one of my favorite RPGs. Grandia 2 specifically. There's technically 5 of them. There's Grandia for the Saturn that they ported to PS1. There's Grandia 2, which is my first big boy RPG after like Pokemon, you know? I had that for Dreamcast, but they ported that to like PS2 and PC later on. Then they remastered 1 and 2 together. And then there's Grandia 3 for PS2. And then there's Grandia Extreme, which was after 2 before 3 for PS2. And then there's Parallel Trippers, which is a Game Boy Color game. But anyway, it's fun. So I need to get on this wave. Silent Hill or Grandia? Do you like JRPGs? Because it has like this cool battle system. The thing I like about it is it has like, you know, the active time battle from Final Fantasy, where it's like you have to wait for your action, and then you can pick something, and then you have to wait for casting time or whatever, then you do it. Grandia is kind of like that, where it's like, you know, you have like this period on the line. Everybody's on this same meter, by the way, and based on their, I'm sorry, did you ask if the Kingdom Hearts speedrunner? Yeah, you're right. But yeah, everybody's on this same like line, right? The queue, if you will, and then they're like basically racing to there's a wait, act, like casting time or like decision, and then action. What you can do is if you time your attacks right, you can send people back in the queue, you know what I mean? So you can prevent people from doing attacks, you can cancel specials, but they can do it to you. And this creates this cool like, do I attack, do I risk it, do I block? Was Grandia was just remastered? Yeah, Grandia 1 and 2 got remastered like 5-ish years ago. I have 2 on PC and I have 1 and 2 on Switch. I'll probably do the Switch version. But I love Grandia. Grandia 1, I'm not kidding. It is the sweetest game I've ever played. It's the first game to get me to go, aw, you know? And then 2 is, it's a lot more mature. It's a bit darker. And it has slightly less goofy voice acting, but that's probably biased because It's like my first like major console RPG, but it is a game I hold in very high regard. I love that game. Let me put this in storage for now. Sorry. I forgot what I was doing. Like I saw Grandia and I was just like, take a seat. Let's talk about this. Did I just save twice? Oh, wait. Get back up there. I need to repair my knife or some shit, probably.
Hello, well,
Hello. Buy.
things
Let me sell some shit first. Blue velvet.
Your valuables won't
Do I
you
need
much
to
good,
sell?
Brave.
Left to sell. Am I supposed to sell it? Let me check the. Actually, let me do this first. So I don't want to sell it and waste
Not bad.
thing. Let me
Well,
check.
it's intra-
Quests. Egg hunt. Sell a golden egg. Okay. I just wanted to be sure.
Welcome. I got something new for you.
Sorry if I already asked this and I forgot, but what are you up to tonight?
Ruby's all rubbish.
Oh, people are saying the
Makes
HD
no
collection is dog shit.
price.
So
That's
the
our
HD
choice to make.
collection, for one, I think it does deserve some criticism because there's something I don't like about it personally. They did make it a little bit easier as far as grinding to get like some of these master spells, because that was some bullshit in the original version. But the major thing about one that I don't like is they smoothed over the pixels. So instead of looking pixelated like sprites, like 8 or 16-bit sprites in a 3D world, they had like some blurred bilinear filter on it, so it's like AI smoothed, and I hate that look. It's still a good game, it still looks fine, I guess, but I preferred the pixels in this case, almost like the HD remasters for the 2D HDs for Dragon Quest. That's what I think people would dislike about it. Grandia 2, I have no idea what people are complaining about as far as the HD collection goes. I'm just recovering from a cold and I'm watching TV. Oh, nice. No, I think the remaster for 2 is fine. Unless there's something I'm missing, because I played the original. I have the original on Dreamcast and PS2, and I got the remaster on Switch. So I don't know, and PC. They increased the lighting. Oh, I guess there's one thing. It's a nitpick for sure. So the spells, like the magic, it's clearly like some kind of PNG sequence. Like it's a pre-rendered, kind of like the Resident Evil background. It's a pre-rendered video that they overlay over the battle. And in the OG, it looks fine, you know what I mean? Because everything is like, what, 480? In this one, the 3D world has a higher resolution, but they kept the fuzzy spell casting. They didn't increase the resolution for that, so it looks a little off. But I'd say that's a nitpick.
All the time.
Let me sell this.
Perfect. You're a real professional. Still have comeback. Any welcome.
I can get an elegant mask.
How have we procured these curiosities?
Ooh.
You don't want to know, mate.
Increase the drop rate of resources large. Oh shit, that's actually pretty sick. I should wait. Okay, I'm still down then. Yeah, if you want, here, let me I'll take a little intermission and I'll just geek out for a second. Oh, so nerds just being nerds? Yeah, 100%. Which is nothing inherently wrong with that. I can see cases for and against it, you know what I mean? Here, let me reply to this real quick. Yeah, because I want to watch it. And this on. Then I'm gonna. If you're not familiar with Grandia, here you go. Oh, and it performs really good. And another thing I like about it is, wait, what? Tab. I'll tab you. There we go. It's 16:9. Launch trailer. Let's do the remaster trailer. Oh, and that fucking theme. Oh shit. Doing a 12-hour stream next weekend because of the September goals. I'm looking forward. games. Oh, nice, dude. Yeah, I love this shit. This is Grandia 1. Oh, this is a trailer for just 1, I think. Yeah, the only thing is, like I said, if you look at the sprites, those used to be pixel-based. Now they're, like, smooth, and I'm like, ugh. But it's fine. You kind of get used to it. It still looks good, I just prefer the pixels. I think 2 is the better game, by far. But this game is so fucking sweet. It's cute. It's cute. Reminds me of Golden Sun graphics? Yeah, I can see that, actually. Yeah, this is a franchise that makes me happy, and 2 in particular, like I said, it's mostly nostalgia, but that game means a lot to me. It's a really good game. I'm gonna watch that trailer next, and then I'll get back to shooting shit. Dude, 2 remastered. Here's a Steam trailer. Yeah, here, let me go get it. I'll be right back. Let me show you. Let me show you how much I love this game.
So filled with power.
You better practice if you want to beat me.
Yeah, it's Leonardo. Is fucking, or Liquid Snake, if you will, is the main character. I prefer the English, personally. Honestly, it might be worth it to play hard mode. This game is on the easier side. New lighting, actual shadows, higher resolution backgrounds and textures, hell yeah. And then, so, show and tell. I'll get to that real quick. Show and tell. Mega Man graphics, yeah. So this is it on PS2 or Dreamcast. This is the Dreamcast version. Comes with the game, which is actually in my Dreamcast right now. I got the manual, and I have the soundtrack that comes with. Then I have it on PS2, also complete with the game and the manual. This one's good. It's a high resolution and it has new cutscenes, but the frame rate bogs every now and then. And then I got the strategy guide with everything. It's got the poster. It's got all them secrets. And I used to work with somebody who was part of the localization team. He was one of the producers. His name is Tots, Japanese fella. He gave me this. It's a mug of Grandia 2 that I use for like my pens and I guess a screwdriver and a knife, or scissors. But this is very limited. So this is official. It was approved, but it was never actually sent to production. So I have like a prototype that I'm probably butchering with this stuff. I love Grandia 2. I think I got a complete box show and tell. Yeah. I just want to let you know, I love Grandia. It's a big deal to me, and I'm really stoked to stream that once I'm done with Resident Evil. So you get a prototype that you use as a fucking paperweight? No, I use it for all my pencils and pens. Disrespect at its finest. Yeah, I actually do feel kind of weird about it. Here, I have a Pikachu mug. I'll swap it out. But let me actually switch back to the game. Turn off the display capture. Oh, I actually have to change scenes. It's still in like pristine condition. I just put stuff in it. Let me turn this off and this on. Sorry. Game capture on. Display capture off. The Japanese are seething. I would just go America, but that's not the flex it used to be lately. Because we're pissing off the whole world. All right. I forgot what I was doing. Once again, we mentioned Grandia, and I'm just like, ooh.
What you see
Yep.
is a decent size.
And yep.
Besides,
Japanese right now.
am I right?
Oh, I know what you mean. Japanese are seething right now. Oh. That's funny. Basically.
You'll get some bang.
Should I
for your
get
buck,
the...
I guarantee.
Or should I tune up first?
There you are, as you wished. Got a selection of good
Wait, did I buy it?
deals on sale, stranger.
No, I didn't buy it. Fuck. All right, next time. Not yet.
Pleasant travels.
All right. I'm in a much better spot. So let's go. Down here? Where that boat? Where that boat is? So where am I going? Oh. Wait, what key items do I have? Right. Hold on. Shit. Can I open that? That one, do I need a small key or can I open that thingy over here? Also, what are you watching on TV, dude? Are you what? I need to, fuck, I'll do that tonight. I need to watch the new episode of Peacemaker. Otherwise, your boy's gonna ask me 8 times. Can I open this? I think I can. Yeah! Woo! All right. Any more? There's that, which is stone pedestal. Go back to the quarry, which is locked drawer. I need a small key for that. Church gate. Don't worry about that. And then what's in here? Oh, I'll come back to the church. That's nothing. That ain't even a thing. Don't even trip, dog. Back here is expand treasure map, but fuck, I do have to backtrack. Oh, but I need Ashley to get in there. All right, I'm just getting the lay of the land before I start doing shit. This is it's like literally side quest time. The game just opened up. Stone pedestal. But over here, yeah, this is where I gotta go now. Across the street. Yeah. Oh, I remember this area too. And then actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back around, and I'm gonna go this way back to the lakeside. So there's shit over here. Way shrine. Oh shit, there's a lot. Got a lot. Way shrine. This is a good game. I don't even know where the hell that is. Expanded map. I don't know how to get there yet. I think I need Ashley first. Door with insignia. I can open that there. Okay. Yeah, we're backtracking. We're backtracking, and that's where I gotta go. I should probably go there first, just to get the objective kind of going. All right. Sorry, I need a game plan, you know. What's over here? Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go. I can do this last because it's so close to where I need to go. I'm gonna do extra shit for now. I'll be back. I'll be back, game. Yeah, see, there's extra shit here. No, that's where I gotta go. I gotta go back there. I headed there? Yep. Yep. Okay. Yep. Bring it on, motherfucker! Sure they don't mutate though. It is nighttime. This is Plagus. It's the Plagus time. Kia! Okay. What's over here? Something in a tree? Yep. Oh shit! I could definitely use that. Treasure. Tight. Nothing back here, right? Other than, yeah. Is door with insignia? Let's do it. It's right here. DJ, how late are you gonna be up today? If you're still here. Like, someone catch the gigantic fish that lives in the lake for me. Fish oil has many uses after all. Photoshop. I know where it's at, but I'm gonna do it during the day because I can't see shit. We ain't find shit. Oh shit. You okay? You need medical assistance. My date with the president's daughter. My date. Oh man, they fucked her up.
What the hell is going on here?
Escuate empache. Closes her eyes. Oh, this is from the beginning of the game. What's up here? Gang, gang. Alright, I have to play Resident Evil OCD again. A second. Resident Evil Tetris. I feel a little bit better about this. This gap is annoying me, so what I'm gonna do is this. Yay, yay! And then... Fuck. Alright, I can live with that. Treasures? Any... Oh, nice. Key, I need you. Okay, yeah, dude, exploring in this game feels really good. Like, it's worth it, you know? Also, I hear... Where they at? I hear the, a toy. Little Ramon Salazar. That motherfucker at? It's too dark. He's right here somewhere. Is he higher up? Is he in the tree? Can I go this way? Oh, there he is. I see you, motherfucker. My date with the president's daughter. Is that it? I think that might be it. Then we're done here. Be out here. Blah, blah. Wait, what? Hold on. This way. I hear enemies. Hug left. What is this? Way shine and lock drawer. Perfect. Fuck! Oh my god. Oh shit.
Present for you.
Go for the stereo! I knew it. Wait. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Please. Please don't. I didn't mean to do that. I want to do this. Sweat! That wasn't so bad. Just make sure there's no fucking bear traps. Bears. Pearl bangle. Minky escaped. Fuck you, Minky. Probably been through together. Old bar. God damn. Oh, oh yeah, I have been in here. Okay. Now, are we done? I get back in the boat. Then I go. So I could go that way. And that connects to this shit, I suppose. I could do. Oh, wait. Ooh, I get over there. Good. Oh shit. Oh wait, but this is back at the. Oh. Okay, right, we're going back. We're going the long way. Looting Resident Evil the long way. Make sure I get, oh yeah, this is it. Damn, it's dark. Oh shit, how did I miss this? Oh fuck, I have to go around anyway. God damn it, because the... Alright. Well, I'll be back over there once I return with Ashley. I thought I could just do it now. And blue balls. Back to the boat. But now where do I go? Hang on. I was really set on going that way. Don't need that yet, unless... No, not yet. Oh, I could sell Okay, sick. Well, let's just go to the objective, I guess. What square? What is this? I'll be back over there too, I think. I missed some shit. I misunderstood. I didn't realize expanded meant look up and shoot the thingy. Ad break. Yeah, let's go this way. Yeah, that looks like the talismans from Jackie Chan Adventures. Can I shoot these fish? Fuck you, fish. Can I actually get them? Oh, oh. Oh shit, I'm out of shotgun ammo. I saw that symbol. I do vaguely remember a puzzle here where it's like I have to enter some shit. This. Oh yeah, I do. So we got over here three swiggles. Three swiggles. There's a B. It looks like a lowercase b kind of. A capital B. Oh wait, what? Oh. And Damien's birthmark. Three fish kissing. Is that it? Let's enter that. I guess it's only 4. I don't know if the order matters, but let's do it. It's 3 fish kissing. 3. And then a lowercase b. That's a capital B. Oh, I did it. Sweet. Fuck yeah, I can do that now too. All right, let me take you. Blast from his head. Oh, that's fucking kind of metal actually. Are there enemies in here? I think there are enemies in here. Oh shit. Sweet. Ruby, which I will add now. If I forget. No, wrong one. This one. Man, I could get a lot going. Oh, alright. Got it. Fuck off. Oh, wait. Is it down here? Here you are. Another one. Another one. Hold on, sorry. Alright, next is I can go this way, yeah, and get the stone pedestal. It's like directly across, right? Is that, am I headed right there? No. But that is where the big fish is. It's right outside over there. I'm gonna kill it. Yeah, I see, yeah, there's an enemy over there. Oh, it's not. I think there is like a big fish here somewhere. Is that you? I guess not. I think it's over there, by that. That's fine. Let's get this treasure. Let's get this bag, yo. Our base ready. You are gonna be... Oh shit. No. No. Oh. Holy shit, I'm gonna be doing terrible at this. I'll switch you back. What does this one connect to, though? It's gotta be... Oh, I see. It's too rotated. Okay, that's not... Is that right? Actually, that was right. Fuck. Alright, we're gonna be here for a while, guys. But let's just run a break. Is that on a break? Or is that from before? But I gotta pee. I'll be right back. 1 second. Oh, no. Sure.
You got Big Madison playing Quiet Pace. We got Super Sleepy playing GTA 3.
Which is why I encourage all of you, just go out there and compliment somebody, you know? I do it all the time.
Lower difficulty? Fuck you! Well, lower these nuts onto your chin. Dicks. Dicks. Dicks.
Oh shit, he's eating her butt. He's eating her butt! Don't eat my butt. It's the FBI, motherfucker! Open up!
Catch. Oh shit! Later, Prince. No, I did not. No, I did not. Ew. Ew. Damn, dude. What the fuck were you drinking? Thank you. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. These nuts. Gang, gang.
Fat chicks estate the no!
Sucks I'm out of shotgun ammo, but there'll be more, you know? Wait, what the fuck?
I barely know you, but you seem cool. Here you go. What?
I'm not sure if he does, but I'm trying to get later, Prince. No, I did not. No, I did not.
have the stench of battle on you, man. Welcome. Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger. Thank you. What you see is what I've got. Will that be all then? Don't get your... Self-killed now. Welcome. I'll hand this over when you've got the space. Wish your enemies sweet dreams from afar, with a bullet straight through their heads. Well then, what can I do you for? You're a man of good taste. Knife needs care every once in a while. Could be the difference between life and death. Dazzled, are you? Our craftsmanship demands no less. There you are, as you wished. See how that feels, mate. A fellow like yourself should notice the difference right away. Dazzled, are you? Our craftsmanship demands no less. See how that feels, mate. Fella, pleasant travels.
Got it.
Hello, Strat. Welcome. Ooh, what you buying? I'll buy almost anything. This is what I'm talking about. Fine work. Oh, my back is killing me. Years haven't been kind to us, I suppose. This way, put them in their place. Come. Back and welcome. God bless them. Selection of good things on sale. Next time, buy something, eh?
Out of the way. the way. You're serious. One down.
Nigga 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 nigga.
My mic was muted this whole fucking time. God damn it. Welcome back, Jay. I was saying I think you hit a record. Oh shit. I get suplexed? This ain't get suplexed. Oh, never mind. Whee! Is that enough to kill it? How far are you? I think I'm still only on like chapter, what, like 3? But I've been doing a lot of the open world shit. Like I said, there's like side quests now. There's collectibles that you can kind of go back. Like, it actually reminds me a bit of Resident Evil 3 Remake, where, you know, you get the key and you can unlock all this shit in the previous places you've been, you know? But I'm about to go back to the church to get Ashley. That's where I'm at. Yeah. Let's go to the mural. Can you sex Ashley in this game? No. That's one thing they didn't add yet, unfortunately. I'm sure there's a mod somewhere. Boathouse, yeah. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go now. I don't know which is which. Just both? Oh, cool, cool. Are you working with a buddy today, or is it like one of your lone patrols? Hey, Hunnigan. Hey, how you doing? Hey,
Found the key to the church.
What's up?
Copy that.
How you doing?
No Now go get Baby Eagle.
Right. No time to chat.
I'm a partner here tonight.
Condor 1 out.
Does it ever get spooky? Like like when you're alone, is there ever like a what was it? You just don't give a shit. Or is it haunted? Even better. He's the one that typed all the N-words. Nice save. Let's see. Now go. Oh shit. Nah, not spooky. Dang. Disappointed. Go up to the quarry, the church. Okay. Yeah. I think this is it. Right? Yeah, and then yeah. I know where I'm at. And I know where I'm going. And then yeah, this puzzle sucked dick. I sucked at that one, dude. I mean, some people at night get spooked. It's walking through an office building alone at night. I don't know.
Take a look. Welcome.
Take a look. It's in a book.
What are you buying?
What are you selling?
Thank you. Give that the care it deserves, mate. Your weapons are in good hands, mate. I'll see. We're starting to get an idea of your tastes, friend. Well, that might want to take care of any left over errands before going.
Take care of them all, buddy. Thank you for the heads up. Go back to the church. I'm gonna go save this bitch. I'm gonna install Grandia. Nice. Nice. But yeah, I'm very interested. Oh shit. Do I have enough stuff? There's a boss fight. What was I saying? Sorry, I panicked a little bit inside. I'm very interested in streaming Grandia. I have too much shit. Nice. Like that emote. Oh, I gotta oh, wait, what else do I have here? Not the flashbang. I'm gonna put you as my next short. Right there. No, wrong one. Actually, which one? You. All right, let's do it. Hey, it's that dog. Shit. This game is pretty.
Whoa! God damn, you're a big boy.
Whoa! Holy shit! Sorry. Don't be mad. Oh god. Four? Yeah, that's probably a mistake. It's all good though, because I don't. Oh wait, I can craft. I can't. Shit. I guess I'll ditch the egg. Because I can use this for crafting and I have a lot of healing, so I'll be fine. Wait. Oh my god, he's fast.
You got worms too?
Shut the fuck up. Oh, nice. What do I hit? Oh. Sweat.
Shut up, bitch!
No, you, bitch. Does that work? I think I have to hit his head. This is a little zit works. Hey, it's that dog. Nice lightning strike. This dog's superhuman. Or super. He said the thing. He said it. Honestly. Oh. Oh wait, is the scope not attached? Now it is.
Want to help? Because I could use it.
God damn it. Uh-oh. 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 Nice. Good boy. Hey.
At Shattered Limit, you don't own that ball. Check
you.
the extension to see your items.
Swit. You can't join me if I'm winning. Is that enough? Alright, let's see. Die, motherfucker! Please. Tight. Strudel, no!
God damn.
What was that? I can add you. Put you in the middle though. I'll put you on the outside.
That was almost a pancake.
I was almost a Leon sandwich.
Okay. Let's get to that church.
I love tiny pancakes. Just making sure there's nothing else for me to pick up. Also, nom nom nom. Is that it? Oh, I guess that's it. Now we're going to the church, which is this way. Right on, brother. Oh, bye, doggy. Can I say hi? Or bye? Where'd you go? Where are you? I hear you whining. A little bit, kinda. There you are. Vaya con Dios.
Thanks, bud.
Good boy. I shoot it. Oh, I remember in the original, this actually dictates like what I fight. Oh, maybe not. I'm just tripping. Hey, what up, Lemon? How you doing, dude? Welcome in, dude. Just keep going straight. Just keep swimming, Leon. Oh shit, what's this before? This fucking guy. How's it going, dude? You having a good night? My date with the president started. Ain't no party like a lemon wedges party. Cause a lemon wedges party don't stop. Wait, locked drawer. Do I have a small key? Oh, I do not. Church gate. Actually, that might be a problem. Probably one over there. There's some shit over here with the way shrine, but I can't get there yet. Actually, I think I can get there now. No, because it's blocked, isn't it? Oh shit. What the fuck? Didn't even say hi to let me know he was streaming tonight. I mean, do you tell me when you're streaming? What are you up to tonight? How you doing? Writer, locked drawer, and yeah. Wait, is that downstairs? What's in the building? It's okay when I don't do it. Damn it. I have another one, but I have to get up to go get it. Vaughn, go get Daddy a beer.
Ashley Graham, I'm here to help.
I'm here to save you. Best I can do is D's nuts. I imagine the Pawn Stars guy. Best I could do is D's nuts. Dial. This game is so good. Exactly what I was thinking of. Nice. Nice. Oh shit, I'm full. Arnar. I got greedy. Can I craft anything? I can come back to it probably. To be honest. See, I've been getting pretty good with the handgun. Not strong. Even though I would like more shotgun ammo. I need more. Yeah, whatever. I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll wait. It'll be here when I come downstairs. Monkey! Oh shit, let me leave then. Fuck you, Ashley. Bye. Grandy HD doesn't work on Steam Deck. Wait, what the fuck? Why? Why not? It's a fucking PS1 game. Just compatibility stuff? That's fucked up. Alright, let me get some stuff in storage. Honestly, I'm not really using the bolt thrower that much. Discard. I can't put ammo in storage. I can't put ammo in storage? Why not? Makes no fucking sense. Random shit don't work. Yeah, that's annoying. I'd be like, game arts? The fuck, you guys? Pay good money for this. Where's the merchant? Where's the nearest merchant, actually? I gotta repair my knife. Save too. I should be fine. I should be fine. Hell, Lost Planet games aren't even playable without mods, and they're still for sale. They're still for sale? I don't know why I thought that they ditched those by now. Can I unlock that? Can I unlock this? We're fine. Hell, even Bubba hit that. Positive, I've seen him on Steam. I thought they discontinued one of them, no? Or at least I think the servers died. That's probably what it was. You know, there's a treasure up there. Technically, it looks like I could get it working with a custom version of Proton, but I'm lazy and I don't feel like going to desktop mode and downloading the necessary packages. That's unfortunate. I mean, I guess you could give a emulator on there. You could just emulate the PS1 version, even though that's like there are improvements to the original game on which the you know, the remasters. Wait, where's that ladder? How do I get in there? Oh. Yeah, servers are down, but the base game is functionally broken and it was still being sold. That should be fucking illegal. I hate that they do that. It's like, if you're gonna accept money, you better make sure it works, you know? Why do I have to fucking mod your shit to get to work? I mean, what the fuck I'm looking at? This is crazy. Okay, alright, I get it, I get it. What does this one connect to? Here? There we go. I used to imagine, they're like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if... Need these 3 stones, right? And then you rotate them.
You in there?
And you make the logo, and then it opens the ladder. It wouldn't like a lock just be fine. She's in there, isn't she? Nice. She has a fucking razor. need air for that. And then I'm pretty sure that is where the treasure is going to be. The 3rd floor. I'll save this bitch. Also, first, more beer. Beer, 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 beer.
Shoot him with the head. Get over here. Let me shoot you with the dick.
Any more tricks up your sleeve?
I will keep them coming.
Man, I am thoroughly enjoying this already, and it's been like 10 seconds.
That makes me a little less anxious about signing him up to look after you.
It is Ulysses.
I'm skeptical of anyone that OCP tries
Chat,
to
look, a
push
distraction. Where?
First Becker, then Washington. And let's not forget about Dr. Blanche. Speaking of which, Dr. Blanche, is she being helpful? Are you getting anything out of
My toe. In my pants. Chat, look, butthole's out. Where? Bro,
I'm back with booze. Lady?
Ashley Graham, are you in here?
Ashley, I'm white.
Easy with that. My name's Leon. I'm hearing the president's orders and that went well. Hey, it's dangerous outside. You need to listen to me.
What is that? Over there?
Pursue them. The lost lambs are escaping.
He sounded like Marlon Brando for a second.
Deliver unto them
Deliver unto them.
salvation.
But yeah, what are you up to tonight, Lemon? How was work? How's work been? How's the new job going? Do a little bit more. I can't believe I can't put ammo in storage. That's bullshit. That's bullshit, you know it! Oh, can I repair some shit? Customize case? No. Save. Let's just go. I want to hear it, Jay. I want to hear it.
What do we do?
I think I have extra Pokeballs, right? I think I just have regular ass Pokeballs in the meantime.
And I need you to trust me too, and do exactly as I say. I'm gonna get you home safe.
Okay. Okay, Leon.
All right, let's get the hell out of
Oh god, they said finito. No.
Get the ladder.
Okay.
Can I shoot like a torch or something? First of all, through God, all things are possible. Also, there's some treasure over here. Wellington? Glasses? Wait, what? Oh, and a gold token. Hell yeah. Tactical mines. Oh. Okay. Let me. Oh fuck! It's gone. Never mind. Oh, I should put this. Oh no, I got ammo. I got ammo. We good? I think we're good. All right.
No way.
I'll catch
Okay,
you.
I've got you. Hey, trust me.
Thanks.
Problem, babe. I got flashbangs because I know they're gonna fucking at me with their fucking parasites. Ah, okay. I guess that's better. Shit. Hey, Hunnigan. Hey, nothing.
Secured, baby.
How you doing? How you doing, baby girl?
Is she okay?
Affirmative.
Well done, Condor 1. I'll dispatch a chopper ASAP. I'm sending you the coordinates for the extraction point. Make your way there, and don't let anything happen to Baby Eagle.
Copy that.
Promise.
The weather is getting worse. Roost out.
Cool. Ooh, that's kind of far. But we can do it. We're done at the Chief's mansion, right? Manor, not mansion. Stupid. There's pesetas, but that's fine. That doesn't really count as like anything special. Ad break. Right. Money. Just kidding.
Like I said, it's dangerous. Stay close.
Okay. I'm definitely.
Ashley commands. Tight and loose formation. Ashley will stick close behind Leon while in tight formation. This can be effective when running past enemies. Switching between tight and loose formation with control. Ashley will hang back behind Leon while in loose formation. This can help her avoid enemy attacks.
I'm gonna catch a cold.
Okay, be good.
Got it.
Oh, that's right. They're in the church. Jeez. Oh, shit.
All right.
Oh, this makes me want to do that, You ever seen The Kingsman? The first one, at least?
They're coming. Get behind me.
What is wrong with these people?
Nanomachines. Parasites. Ah!
Watch out!
What the fuck? I was pressing F! Oh shit. Okay. Alright, well. Using that. And then Ashley, I hope you're far, because I'm about to throw a grenade.
Sorry.
Give me a warning next time?
I did. Verbally. IRL, not in the game though. Anything else in here? I think we're good. I seen it. Joey. It worked out in the end. Also, I looked down. I wasn't pressing F, I was pressing D. Oh, shit. Nice. That was a good throw, guy. I ain't even mad at it. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Actually, tight.
Hang on.
I have a decompress. Very nice. Impressive. Now let's see what Paul Mooring has. Is that Paul Allen? See what I did there? I think there's a guy in here, isn't there? No? Fuck. That feels better, I guess. Alright.
Okay, it's all right.
Hey.
Then we're gonna go over in Dale. Then there's some other shit. I think that was it over here. I think the rest is on the right. Because I had to pass through here to get to the way shrine. Yeah. Let me just double check the floors though. All right, we're good. We're good. I just don't want to leave anything behind. You know how it is. Oh wait, did I just walk past the merchant? And I'm going towards the merchant. I saw the flame. No, I'm tripping. Dog, your shoes must be tight because you be tripping. Am I supposed to shoot that? I'll do it.
I have some new goods that might interest you.
Thank you.
Welcome. I've got something new for you, mate. A deal well struck. That's good work, if I do say so myself.
You know, shit for me, dude. Other than tuning up, I guess.
If you want a fighting chance out there, you best tune up your kit.
Yeah, I'm on it. I'm on it. Passy's kind of a good one, especially for this.
See how that feels, mate. Fella
Reload
like
speed.
yourself notice the difference right away.
Oh, and then oh shit! Should I go for it? No, I'll. Fuck. Yeah.
Dazzled, are you?
Fortune favors the bold. I decided not to be lazy and I got it working. Hell yeah, dude. I'm actually glad. I'm glad you're playing it. I don't think you'll like two, or I don't think you'll like one as much as like you said you liked it. It was just the tone, right? Like the characters aren't taking shit seriously, and that's actually getting to you, which is fair. I want to say it gets serious later, but I genuinely think you'll like two. I know you're saying you like one, but I don't think there'll be like that kind of issue with two. I think two's a lot more straightforward. I think you'll dig it. And I'm excited for you to get to that one in particular. And I'm excited. I'm excited to stream them. You know, like I still do. I love playing Resident Evil games, but it'll be nice to mix it up, you know? Oh shit. Yeah, that feels better right there.
Get yourself killed now.
Oh shit, there's another one. What do we got here? A wild dog. It's been roaming around the village. It'll be easy to spot. Let's find normal dogs. Chief's fit. Okay. Fuck, I do remember that one. I'll go there first. Let me do that side mission first. What chapter am I on? 5? Okay. I'm glad you got it working. Do you have 1 and 2 or just 1?
Hey, can we take a break?
Because I think they sell them individually.
Got it.
I'll have to fight my way through here, and then I'll go to the manor. Which isn't ideal, but it is what it is. And then you know what? Flashbang. And I'm also gonna check. I own both. Okay, good. I'm gonna check. Ooh, I need shotgun shells for sure. And then, what is the binding for? So there's change weapon inner, change weapon outer. I'm gonna have to figure this out. That sucks. Change weapon inner and outer. Oh. Real? What? Oh. See how this works. That's cat. This is inner and outer. You're lying to me, game. Capping. Do I have to hold Alt or Control?
Okay.
That sucks. That's whatever. 5. You're like, boo! I'm sorry. I just, I'm a little paranoid. Because this is going to be, a fight, for sure.
Hunnigan was right about the weather. Give me a break already.
Oh shit, wait. Bitch. I should just parry that. Oh god. Oh.
Next.
Okay, everything's okay. Let's make sure I don't catch a fire myself. Oh, there's Besettas behind me. Where they at? Dope. Where they at? Dope. Where they at? Dope. Can I make you hide in here? Can I still put you in dumpsters? The trash where you belong. All right, we're good. This the one? No, next one. Here you go.
Come on.
No problem.
I need you to open it from the other side.
Hurry up. Oh.
Okay.
Thanks. Resources, handgun ammo, sick. Elegant bangle. Oh, no. There's more in here. Oh, there you are. Okay, now, going straight south. We're gonna fight the, I hear more people, but we're gonna fight the dog. The bad dog. It's that bad dog. I'm gonna wait. Right? Yeah.
I just want to go home.
No button. Is it mine? Oh, it's on the other side, I guess. Dog's out in front, pretty sure. Right, the fuck did I get out of here again? That's this way. I can save. Let me save real quick. Can you imagine if this had limited saves? It'd probably be better, to be honest. Like if you need ink ribbons in this game, that'd be kind of dope. I know RE7 has Madhouse difficulty, and then now when you use cassettes, it's like basically the ink ribbon. Where's that motherfucker? Is he over here? Where that motherfucker is? Savage Mutt. Yeah, where's that? Is he upstairs? Is he in the house? No, he's like... Oh shit, I went the hell the wrong way. Hold on. Where is he? We'll go upstairs just to check, but I don't know. He's not indoors for sure. Oh, but I can use Ashley to get up here. I remember this.
Come on.
Bitch, climb.
Okay.
This actually is probably maybe what triggers it. I forget. But I actually forgot about this until I got in this room. I would have walked away.
What is this place?
A father's portrait. Watch over the village in my stead, and may smiles always find you in photographs. Aw. Village Records Volume 2. All the men cheered when they heard the boat as it raced across the surface of the water. That magnificent oil will surely help us catch fish easier than ever before. The ironworks was only built a year ago, but has already merged well with the village. Our sickles and knives shine like never before. 2 fish we got from the deal will eat almost anything and are breeding well. The fish farm in the swamp is also making excellent progress. During the day, I teach literacy and mathematics to the children. Oh, should I take that class too? every evening, I dine with a single family to hear their grievances and recent gossip under all the roof of this home we built. All under the roof of this home we built. See? See? Since I opened the village up to the outside, we have prospered and the people are happier. Smiles have even started to appear on their faces. A strange group of black-robed people descended upon the village from the castle and raised an ominous flag with the spider-like insignia on it. After preaching about salvation and forgiveness, they injected us with something they claim will cure us of madness. Can they be trusted? No. Where is it? I guess there's one per chapter. Nice. The long-awaited ironworks. Village Records Volume 1. The Elder entrusted the village to me today. He told me I can learn my duties as I go. I will start by keeping a record of the village. There are still many words I cannot write, but the Elder encourages me. I will do my best. There is a young boy who lives in the cabin by the lake with his grandfather. It seems that his mother was called to heaven upon his birth. Oh. His grandfather doesn't talk much, but the lad is very bright and spirited. He told me a story about a knight who rides a donkey again today. Donkeyito, or whatever the fuck it's called. Some shit like that. The boy's grandfather has fallen ill and his condition worsens every day. The boy worries terribly about him. There are murmurs of a madness among the villagers. As I took my leave, the old man pulled me aside and said, if anything happens, you know what to do. I could only nod in response. It was a terrible night. Everyone stood around the cabin and watched as we burned it to the ground. The boy looked on without saying a word. Even as dawn broke, he didn't move a muscle. The next day, he was gone. Oh. Aww. The camera. Oh, cool. Treasure! Oh, wait. This is the boy and his grandpa. The Navarro family. 1981. I wonder who that boy's supposed to be. 1891. Is it Sadler?
You good?
Mendez?
Got it.
I didn't mean to do that. Actually, no, bitch, stay close to me.
No problem.
And it's really, I really have to think about pressing E to duck, you know? Fucks me up, dog. We're done here, and then now let's look for that dog. The crazed mutt, or whatever the fuck they call it. Savage mutt. Oh, it's Sadler. Osmond salad bar. That's the meme, right? Where is the savage mutt, though? Oh, there he is. Hey! All right. I will find him! I'm gonna fuck him up, too. Actually, bitch, you stay behind. Yeah.
Okay.
Change to Japanese audio out of curiosity. It's weird playing this with good voice acting. I've never played it with good voice acting. It almost feels wrong. It's fun though. Apparently Grandia 2 also has a good Japanese dub. Well, we have the English dub, but you know what I'm saying. But I don't know. I like hearing Leonardo or Liquid Snake playing the main character. I'll leave it for now. But I do have healing to at some point. I'm glad you're playing it. Oh shit! Oh, you're the big boy. You know what? Oh shit! Oh, we got range. Oh, can I? They do it? Oh, nope, not yet. Got him. Alexandrite. Tight type shit. Hell yeah. Honestly, I should probably craft some handgun ammo. Yeah. No, stop it. Stop it! Sure. Yeah. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Oh shit. It's even finer now. Alright. So now we're going north again. On the road again. Fighting Plagas. On the road again. They're evil cows mooing. Listen to Spanish with a lisp. Oh, this motherfucker's in here. Do it! I think I'm going the right way. Uh-oh. ¡Forastero! ¡Hijo de puta! I reported your stream for being 360p 30 for whatever reason. Wait, is my stream actually fucking up? What do you mean? What up, B90? Also. I feel like you're fucking with me, but if there's any issues, let me know. For real, for real. No, but it was that for me. Oh, well, sounds like a personal issue. Where'd your net going, dude? Sorry for being a woke DEI stream. Of course you did. Yours is the only stream that continuously does that for me. It lowers to 360 even when you change it to source audio in the settings or source resolution. Because that's worth noting if I'm the only one doing it. Jay, is there an issue with my resolution on your stream? On your end? Because everything seems fine for me, dude. I'm uploading at 13,000 kilobits per second. CPU is 6. I have 0 drop frames. It's just a Twitch thing? I don't think so, but I got you on a little phone. Okay. Yeah, so I'm streaming 60 out of 60 frames per second. Also, that's a lie. I see 0.2% drop frames. There was probably a time, I think it was when I was switching back and forth, because that does cause a hiccup. He doesn't know anything anyways. Yeah, Jay's fucking stupid. God damn it. I don't want to hear it, Jay. I want to hear it, Jay. Oh god. Oh, wrong button. I hear some shit. Oh shit, wrong button. Fuck. I pressed space instead of fucking clicking. Noob. Yeah, he's gonna do it right now.
I know
Thanks, Jay.
that Shattered Limit doesn't own that ball.
Appreciate
Check the
it.
extension to see your items.
I know, it didn't notice me too, Jay. I'm sorry. Oh shit. Oh shit. Ah, I fucked up. Uh-oh. Bitch! That was so limited time. Fucker. Reload everything. Oh, I can't. Alright, that's fine. I'll use my handgun for now. Sounds like a pissed off Solid Snake sometimes. Sue it! Where'd Lemon go? That bastard. Oh, that's right. Okay, okay, cool, cool. Where? Oh, he's up there, isn't he? I don't know. Let's open this though. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. Because everything survives a shot to the head and just ask, what the hell? Yeah, basically. Parasites, you know? Tapeworm has its benefits. Wait, where is he? There are people in here. Oh, there's the merchant.
I knew I could count on you. Well then, what can I do you for?
Free if you keep talking like that. Let's see.
Ruby's all rubbish. It makes no difference. The thank you.
I don't need that. I don't need it. I don't need it.
Good as new.
Ammo capacity is a good one, but 6 feels right. I don't know.
If you want
Can I
a
buy?
fighting chance out there, you best tune up your kit.
Alright.
Molding a weapon to suit your specific needs. Oh, it's a thing of beauty, isn't it?
I'm gonna save my money.
Dazzled, are you?
Right as I buy some shit.
Care of any leftover errands before
I think there's a motherfucker in here. Let's go kill him.
going this way.
Get ready with me as I kill the Spaniard upstairs. Sweat! Okay. I think that was it. I think I just gotta go north now. Oh shit. This is the Mendez part, isn't it?
Where are you going?
Not the Mendez fight, but the chase. What do you mean where I'm going, bitch? Wait, challenges? Wait, what is this? Oh. Alright, alright. Oh, what? Quit photo mode. Oh shit, I should heal. I should go back to my storage. There's some shit in there that I have. Yeah, god damn it. God damn it, Castle! I forgot I put shit in my storage. Oh. Oh. Sick. Oh, this part! Hell yeah! Oh, I actually really wish I had the mine thrower.
You.
That'll be fine.
Hey, listen, about earlier.
Yeah,
About earlier.
Hey,
Luis is cool.
You're missing, señorita.
You didn't say she came with ballistics.
You are?
Name's Luis. Encantado.
Great. We all have names. Now then.
Wait, Luis what? I thought his name was Luis Sarah.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
Or did he say something else?
Very good questions, unfortunately.
Hide, now.
In that case...
Something. Hey,
Ashley, quick.
I see you found your whatever. You didn't say she came with ballistics or some shit like that. Welcome back, Rin. How's your Monster Hunter going? Did you play this one? I forget. I know you played the original. You had to have. Everybody's played the original RE4.
Game time.
Breakout!
Works of them against two of us. Oh, and let's not forget. These smugglers...
Wait.
Done warming up?
Oh?
Stretched.
Yeah. Now if you'd shut up, we'd be good to go.
It's pain. I played OG once in middle school, borrowed someone's copy. Nice. At least you played it. Fuck off. I'll be right there, Luis. I'm looting. Hold up. Wait a minute. Alright. Alright, we're good. Oh, shit! Take that, Grandma. I do understand, but I haven't played it. Oh, you're missing out, buddy.
Perfect timing. Give me a hand.
Got you, buddy. Wait, he's not dead yet? Whoa!
Not bad, right?
That was pretty good. Fuck! Oh, I got it. That was pretty late. I'm having so much fucking fun right now! Oh shit! Motherfucker! Oh shit, I didn't see you. Oh fuck! Oh shit, dude! Oh my god, hold on. Throw it! What the fuck? Oh, god damn it. Oh shit, behind me.
All right, this one's good. Close your eyes.
Leave it. Use it. Oh shit. All I know about my JRPG brain rot is 2 stonks. That's fair. Here, there. You first. Holy shit.
I've been waiting, hero boy.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's what she said. Wait, you bitch. Oh my god. All right, fucking fuck. Can I? Can. A shotgun. Fuck. Throw it! Mátalo! Where is he? There he is! Hey, buddy! Oh shit, dude. Oh, I wasn't doing. I wasn't ready. I'm not. Put me back in, coach. Fuck. Love it. This game is so fucking good.
Ashley.
Okay, bitch?
What's happening to me?
Ashley, is this the first time you've coughed up blood like this?
You want to start explaining?
The cough, the blood, is caused by something called
Plagas.
plaga.
Plaga. Oh yeah, this is plural.
Okay. You saw those people.
You saw those people, right?
But you have the same thing inside you. The same thing that made them like that. This, what you're experiencing, these symptoms.
Kakuna.
They're only the beginning.
I don't want to become like them.
You are, well, lucky. You see, at this early stage, the parasite, the plaga, it is possible to remove it with a surgical procedure. And all you need is some know-how. And oh yeah, the right equipment.
I'm gonna take that off. I appreciate it dry.
See?
I'm broke!
But you're going to have to trust me. Great, we're partners then.
Hey, why are you...
No time for any questions. The clock is ticking.
Why are you helping us?
Because it makes me feel better. Let's leave it at that. I will contact you later.
Right on, brother. Fuck. Should I keep playing? I probably should keep playing, huh? I didn't miss any, did I? Yeah, I did not. Yet. I'll see the bolt thrower probably would come in clutch there. Kakuna, no! Better. I think I just saved. Unless that was the first time. Yeah, it's 1 a.m. and I have shit to do tomorrow. If I keep playing, I'm gonna keep playing until 5 a.m., you know? So I should probably...
Hey, got a smoke?
I do.
How many chapters are in this
The kind
game?
you like. Now where's the amber?
Fortunately, it's not on me at the moment. And you really should be telling me what a good job I did. Busted my ass and managed to hide it right before I got caught.
Okay, I'm like...
Which
third done.
why I'm still alive.
The deal was, we get you out of here when you deliver the amber. No amber, no protection, Luis.
Such a stickler for details, huh, Ada? Okay, then. I'll go get it now. How about that? And I do have something else I need to get, too.
Oh, I'm gonna keep playing. Fuck it. Fuck it! We'll do it live.
Bad news, Condor 1. With the weather like this, the chopper can't make its approach. Can you stand by until it clears?
Negative. Too dangerous. We're gonna get out of here and find someplace safe.
I'm sorry. I wish I could do more to help.
Don't worry about it. We'll swim home if we have to. Condor 1, out. Let's go.
What's gonna happen to me?
You're gonna die.
Right now.
Right here. Right now. Right here. Right now.
Right.
There it is. Yep, this is the fight.
I have something I think you like.
Merchant tip, midnight stroll. If you ever seen those nasty guys with the tentacles sprouting out of their heads. Oh, you ever see those nasty guys with the tentacles sprouting outside of their heads? Not only are they dangerous, but they're a pain to kill too. They do have a weakness though. They absolutely hate bright lights like the sun. That's why you won't see them out during the day. So if you ever go walking around during the night, it'd be wise to keep some flash grenades handy. Hell, I keep a couple of them on me at all times. You can make yourself... You can make some yourself using the recipe I'm selling if you're interested. Do I have any left? No. Can I make any? Oh. Yeah.
Welcome. I got something new for you. Your valuables won't do you much, not bad.
Red 9 stock. I'm not using the red 9. Wait. Increased drop rate of large resources. That is kind of good.
Years haven't been kind to us.
That is pretty good. Should I? Should. Buy some freaking Pokeballs already, cheap bastard. I did. So, Feels Dry added this thing. Oh, wait, there's a red attaché case? Hold on. Feels Dry added something to where if it sees that chat, it automatically tries to use an Ultra Ball. But the thing is, Ultra Balls are expensive, so I'm broke. But I have Pokeballs. So, I'm typing Pokecatch, which is defaults to Pokeball. And then there's Pokecatch Ultra Ball, you know? That's not about being cheap. It's about being broke.
Don't want to know, mate. Anything else I can help you with?
Oh, shit. Riot gun. Semi-automatic shotgun with the tight spread, making it effective against at longer distances. Sounds cheap. Sounds like... Fuck you. How much is this? Oh, shit. Maybe I should. Yeah, we're selling it. Buying... Riot gun.
That there's a real boomstick, mate. It'll reduce your
LOL.
target to a bloody pulp.
Man, he had to fucking back away to explain that. That's how I know I got something good.
Stocking up while you can. Wise choice. See how that feels, mate. A fella like yourself should notice the difference right away. Try that on for size.
Ah! I'm broke again. Oh shit, let me repair this.
Crossing your T's, come back anytime.
Crossing your T's, dotting your I's. I don't know. Black. I get more, yeah. Oh, let me save. Man, that sounded way more funny in my head. I just wouldn't have a game in my chat that cost me money. Well, it's not real money, but I feel you. I earn Poke Cash by chatting with people that have the extension. The problem, I'm not blaming him, but he was my go-to. Cyberlycan doesn't stream as consistently anymore. So I would chat with him in the mornings during his stream, assuming I'm not at the office, which I am now. So that's my fault too. So now it's just not as frequent. I'm broke constantly, and I'm throwing all my money at Pokemon that I probably already have. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go into my auto mod thing, because I think that's where it is technically. Remove that, and then be more selective. This is a direct order from Lord Settler himself. Convert the area beyond this point into a defensive position so that no intruders may pass. I am willing to make any and all sacrifices for the sake of the righteous faith. My devout believers, build me an impregnable fortress and make sure any heathen foolish enough to trespass pays their wicked sins in blood. It looks like a complete dickhead comment now. My bad. You're fine, dude. Buy my 151 flying Charizard if you like Pokemon. How much are you selling it for? Do you really have one? It's more like an original Pokemon Charizard card or something? Charizard Pokemon card? I'm gonna save again, because fuck it. And I'm gonna go fucking ape shit out there. I'm gonna go sicko mode. It's 151. 151. Jump, nigga, jump. Run. Run, 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 run.
Keep moving, but quietly.
Listen to, do you like rap? Listen to 151 Rum by JID. That's what that reminds me of. You ever collected Pokemon cards? When I was like in middle school. That's literally the last time I had Pokemon cards, I think. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Guess we're doing this.
Oh boy. Oh boy. That's a kill shot. Yeet! Oh god.
Break already.
You're throwing shit. Oh, it's you. Oh shit! Oh wait! Aki wasn't ready for that. Actually, move.
He's coming.
Drop it. Drop it, bitch. There we go. That's so hard. And you, Gary, you're just a butt fucking quitter. It's worth 300 ungraded. Oh shit. That's awesome, dude. Oh shit. Bought a pack for 200 and it was said to be worth just over when I bought it Canadian though. Ew. No, I'm just kidding. Now it's worth 418. Dude, that's awesome. There's some retro games I held on to because I knew their value was going up, and then there was some times where I needed to rent, so I sold a couple, which I regret. So, and I mean, it was still a profit. So there's a game called Blood Will Tell. That was a budget title, and it's based on the manga / anime Dororo, if you've seen it or heard of it. And it's a good game. But I bought it for 20 bucks because the idiot didn't know what he had, and I sold it for 400. PSA 10 is worth 1800. What's PSA 10 mean? Public service announcement? Do I need to play public service announcement 1 through 9 to understand it? It's the highest selling card rate? Yes. I think I fight another Plagas here or something. Or I get chased by Mendez and then I fight Mendez at the end of this chapter. Is that what's up? Something's up. Oh shit!
I knew it.
That felt really good. Sweat! Loss of atonement. Tight, 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 tight. Sheesh. My 151 collection is worth 3,000 ungraded. Dude, man, you're sitting on a rain check right there. That's awesome. It's your rainy day fund. That's awesome. Wait, do you have a full 151? Do you have 152? Is 152 Mewtwo or am I tripping?
Sure.
No, not full set. Which one's you missing? I know it's driving you crazy too, isn't it? Too quiet. Oh. That's what he's supposed to say. Oh, fuck, I remember this part. Damn it. No idea, but a lot. Get it? Oh, I got Spino. Nice. Nice. This is where I gotta go, and I gotta get like a wrench, or like, not wrench, some sort of crank. Yeah.
It looks like I need something.
The 151 set has 250 cards or so. Yeah, it's just Gen 1. I think that's basically what it is, right? What a steal! Oh shit, there's something right here. Oh, shotgun shells. Hell yeah. Oh, there you are. Hi. Stay dead. Bitch. Yeah. But to buy a 10 card pack, it's like $20 Canadian now. That's if you can find one. Find one? Yeah, yeah. That's fucked. I mean, retro collecting anything is kind of a nightmare right now. And I blame COVID. COVID made every hobby expensive. It's only a couple years old? Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, more than a couple. PS1 games are rough, not gonna lie. Dude, they are. I'm glad I bought a lot of the ones I care about while they were affordable. You know what I mean? here in Vegas, there's a mom and pop company now. They have a few locations now, which I'm really happy for them. But they're called Retro City Games, and I bought a lot of retro games through them. But I would say, you know, around the time COVID started being a thing, and then the prices bloated. The motherfucker. Wait, am I going the right way? Where is it? I hear it. There it is. Retro games are rough in general. Yeah. Yeah. You ain't lying. I am backtracking. I gotta go this way, and then here, and then upstairs. This way. Actually, can I go in here yet? I know this is where I do the cool backflip. No, no. Tight. Ooh, shit, I have a lot of shit. Let me craft something. I'll do more shotgun. Oh, wait. Yeah, shotgun, 12. Or should I do machine gun? First of all, let me reload this. Holy, my Final Fantasy 6 completed box is worth 400 now? I only had that. Nice. I think I paid 150. Not bad, not bad. Complete in box. Yeah. I flubbed that one, but I know CIB is complete in box. I was actually just talking about my complete in box Grandias. So I have Grandia 2, because I was geeking out with Jay and I think DJ. So I got Grandia 2 on Dreamcast. I do own the game, but it's in my Dreamcast right now. But then I do have the CD that it comes with, the soundtrack. And then I have it for PS2. Grandia 2, complete in box. And then I also have the strategy guide with the poster. I want to say is still in here. Better be in here. All right, let's go. Chrono Trigger hasn't changed. It's still 300. I have the complete in box DS version of that. Link to the Past one of 300. I have. Oh, I talking about complete in box because I actually have Link to the Past. I assume we're talking about complete in box, right? Because I don't have any SNES games in box. I'll do shotgun. My Chrono is not complete in box. Okay, yeah, I have Link to the Past, not complete in box either. Huh. I hate this. I hate it. It's cart only, but Link to the Past is complete with map. Oh, nice. Contra complete in box too. That's awesome, dude. I have a lot of PS2 games complete in box. Oh shit, can I get this right here? Yeah. I need a red herb. I really want all DK3 or DKC games complete in box. I have all three of them loose. I just have the cartridges.
Hide.
What?
Did I fucking stutter? Yeah, I'm gonna have to fight and do some shit. I almost bought them, but this guy wanted complete in box prices for loose games. Dude, yeah, that's one of the dumb things that people are doing now. It's like, look, I get it, dog. You see these prices online when you're just trying to sell what you have at like a flea market, or not a flea market, like a garage sale or something. But like, you have to understand that your version, your copy, isn't worth that. You know? Like, people see what they are worth sometimes, but they assume like my copy's worth that much. It's like, no, what's the condition? What does it include? I just bought $400 worth of N64 games for $250. Nice. I have a nice handful of N64 games, all loose. The only complete in box games, I have a lot of Intellivision games, complete in box, manual, the little card, the overlay boxes, and they're pretty good condition. I only wanted like one game, so I will sell the rest. What are you selling? You should let me know what's loose, and maybe I'll buy something off you. You're in Canada, so it's still the NTSC copies, right? So good. None of that PAL shit.
No good.
Chameleon Twist 2, nice. That's supposed to be a pretty sought after one, no? Rare, if you will. I used to have Mischief Makers, and then I sold it back in 2006 or 7, and I regret it. Yeah, Mischief Makers. All right, use this backflip in 3, 2, 1. Sit. Oh! Maybe Star Fox and Mega Man 64. Oh, dude, I have Star Fox. Mega Man would be kind of cool. That's what they sound like.
I realized that was yours.
Bring it on, bitches! Shotgun. Or let's do this first.
You're flattered. I'm a one-lady type of guy.
Nice. Oh wait, stop it! Stop it! Whip. Oh. Oh god. Let me go outside! Let me go outside! Wait! Oh my god! Oh shit! There's actually a lot of people out here. I didn't expect all this. Oh my god!
Sorry, you're not my type.
Oh shit.
Out of the way. Next.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Mátalo. Shit. Come on, guys. I'll catch up and chat in a moment. Did I get both or just him?
Sorry, I must have slipped.
Nice. We done yet? Okay. And Scooby-Doo. Man, I tried trading my Chrono Trigger for a clean box. Final Fantasy 2 for Super Nintendo. Nice. But the guy already had it. Whack. When you said 2, I was like, oh, nice. For GBA or for NES? Like bitch, I said stay in there. anything else I'm leaving behind? Probably. No, that's it. Okie dokie. Everything's picked up. We're good. I have Secret Evermore. Oh, nice. I always wanted to like play it. I have ROMs of that, but I've never actually played it myself. My cat has a zoomies and it's adorable. I really need go back. How do I get over there? Is it this way? This work? Can I? I think I can. Yeah. I really start doing a console stream a day or two. Yeah, you should, man. Especially if you have like actual hardware. Can you capture? Like, do you have like video capture? Like, whether it be AV, like I don't know if you have a Retro Tink or a Elgato or whatever.
No,
But I highly recommend it. Yes, sir. Then do it, man. Call it like Retro Thursdays or something.
Seems this isn't your first time running from creeps.
I can't tell if that's meant to be a compliment.
Real hardware Mondays. I don't know. I like the idea of doing Wednesdays, you know, like NES. I thought that'd be funny. I also realized I don't play enough NES games to justify that. Hi, Shuri. You guys had to have heard that one. That was loud. Nor do I. We did, yeah, that was fucking loud. She only does this when I'm streaming. It's insulting, because I'll be trying to play with this bitch all day, and she waits till I'm hanging out with you guys. It's like, oh, he's talking. Alright, I think we're doing alright. But it could be also Wed SNES days. Oh! Wait, that's not too far off, dude. I like that. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Wed SNES days. It works. It does work. Hell yeah, dude. I fucks with it. I fucks with it. There's a flashbang. Hi, Shuri. Sit! 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 Actually, I got her a new toy. Maybe we should play with that. 1 second. Actually, I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna get her toy. It's this cool little ball with like a little hinge on it, and then the hinge is attached to like a tail. So it like rolls around and it has like this little tail thing. You know what I mean? It does this through like my apartment. And she was fucking with it, but like every goddamn toy I get her, she's scared of it for the first like few days to a week, and then she plays with the box, you know? But I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a piss. I use a voice change for my identity. So he's just like Ghostface. What's your favorite position?
Alpha team is flying around the forest zone, situated in...
It was like 18 gigs for me, I think, on my PlayStation.
Blake,
something crazy like that.
Repaired or even a simple bypass, and I'm your man.
If any of you take on any damage, get back to me ASAP, and I'll help you out.
Brother!
I'm not carrying any dead bodies back.
I have the recessive genes.
I'm locked, loaded, and ready to make shit dead.
Blah, blah, nigga. Alright, let's go.
Are we gonna do the anime voice competition thing right now? We're gonna be super Spanish. Oni-chan.
Oni-chan. Totomate iku.
Uru uru.
Omae omo.
Amazingly engrossed like that.
Shoot him with the dick. Oh, head. Get over here. Shoot you with the dick.
Any more tricks up your sleeve?
I will keep them coming.
Man, I am thoroughly enjoying this already, and it's been like 10 seconds.
You the man now, dog. Sean Connery. No, one of my favorite lines in the whole franchise of 007 is the "That's a Smith & Wesson, and you've had your share." He like shoots it in the back twice. My man. Must be dreaming.
Alright, so if it's the part I'm thinking of, I don't fight him. I think I run first.
But this game is less
it's Wednesday, my dudes meme. Yeah. That's pretty good, dude. I love it. Check something. Oh. Fine. It's the right way. I think we get chased here. You know, yeah, it's the Wednesday, my dudes. Yeah.
All right.
Everybody knows that one.
Come on.
Okay.
Kia! They get broken ribs and a collapsed lung. I mean, people who don't, it's probably my favorite. Really? They exist. They must not be addicted to the internet. Healthy, balanced folk, I like to imagine.
Ashley, run! Hurry! Don't worry about them.
Oh shit. Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
This way.
Grab his dick and twist it!
We need to go.
This game is so fucking good, dude. The old dick twist. Yeah, that'll get anybody. Even women. It's a little trickier, but we call it the clit twist. If you could find it. If you can grab it that easy, maybe don't. It's okay. It's like, you know, like when the Grandmaster catches the fly with the chopsticks. It's like that, you know?
Listen, you're the one he wants. If we see him again, you run.
Oh, we're gonna find him right now.
I'll do my job.
It's not that hard. I know it's not. It's just a meme, you know. Where's the clit? It's like, it's right there. Look at that little bean right there, dude. You can't miss it.
Gun rhymes with fun for a reason, stranger.
Yeah, speaking of guns, I'm going shooting tomorrow. I'm excited. Fuck. Right. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah.
Break's over, I suppose.
Nice. Which politician? Wait, what part? I'm sorry. Going shooting tomorrow? Oh! Nobody. That's funny.
Welcome. Ooh, what you
It took me a second to get what you were saying. Is it combinable? For selling only?
I'll buy almost anything.
Palace of Atonement. I think there's any more stuff I can combine it with. Do I have any more gems? Oh. Oh. Wait.
Anytime. Welcome. Got a selection of good things on a deal well.
I knew you'd get there. What are you shooting? Let me check, because I kind of want to show you, but I need to make sure I'm within terms of service. I've shown it on Discord, but let me see.
Ruby's all rubbish.
Can I show my guns on Twitch? Yes, you can show a legal firearm on Twitch, but you must follow strict safety guidelines and avoid aggressive or threatening behavior such as brandishing a weapon, pointing it at others, or using it in a harmful way. Improper handling or creating a dangerous environment can lead to bans, so it's essential to prioritize safety and understanding Twitch's guidelines. I can display it, I can demonstrate proper firearm use, I can't brandish or threaten, no unsafe handling, no dangerous or harmful situations. So I'm not like, hey, look at my gun, guys. You know. Prioritize safety, understand community guidelines, and consider content classification. Yes. Wait, what are you shooting? Yes, but don't point it. Exactly. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll show you. Joey. Am I going the right way? Wait. No, I can't go up. Why can't I look up and go there? I'm trying. Don't you dare. Don't you dare fail me, game. Don't you fucking dare fail me. This is on you, not me. Fuck! Fucking bitch. I can't aim up. How am I supposed to go there if I can't look there? I thought I was going the right way.
Take all the time you need.
Hold on. How about now? Okay, dude, that was weird. So, I was saying, I don't know why it does that. Even the Elgato, the mic has the mute sign on it. That's weird. I need to look into what's happening when I switch scenes. There's probably something going on behind the scenes when I'm switching. But anyway, so this is my Gerson MC9. It's just a 9mm handgun. It is loaded, but it's fine. Now off the trigger. It came with a red dot. We sighted it. It's pretty accurate, and it feels cozy, dude. This is a nice ergonomic gun. And putting it back in the holster. And then this is the one that we're gonna break in tomorrow. This is my 12 gauge G-Force G something Y. It's basically a bullpup. I thought the stars were kind of corny at first, but once I held it, and I was like, yeah, this is the stuff. So it is magazine fed. This one is the 5 round. Yeah. It's not loaded, but yeah. We're shooting this tomorrow. Oh shit, that's nice. Yeah, it is. All right, I'll put this, and I'll leave the handgun right there, just in case somebody comes by and I'm like, oh, good shot, you know. But yeah, I'm pretty excited to go shooting tomorrow. It's been a while, and I haven't shot my shotgun yet. This is gonna be my first time. I've had it for like 3 weeks. I almost said something not appropriate. I don't care. You can say whatever you want. Oh, hold on. I got a message too while I was... Those are good school guns in the States. Yeah. That's crazy, man. All right, cool. Let's go. Show and tell's over. Don't forget. Can Canadians own guns? Thanks for that. Oh, no problem. Thank you for humoring me.
Will that be all
Some.
then?
Yeah, we can own some. We can't own fully automatic, you know. Certain calibers, I think.
Pleasant travel.
They are banning more all the time. Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure it's only a matter of time before we start banning some.
Welcome.
All right, let's see. I could get the rocket launcher and kill him in one go, but I'm not gonna tune up. Oh, let me repair my fucking
That's good work,
knife.
if I do say so myself.
Sell some shit.
Your valuables won't do you much good in the grave.
That's all I can do for now. Trade? Not yet. Doubtful. Yeah. Proud from my cold dead hand. It's crazy. I don't really like talking politics on stream. But it is crazy times, dude. It's weird, man. What the vice of everything is. You can't be right. You can't be wrong. So you mentioned school guns. I just got done showing my showing B90 my guns. And he was saying that's a nice cool school gun. A good school gun, yeah, in the States. Welcome back, dude. Jesus Christ, dude. You're like Spider-Man. It's just instead of a Spidey sense, it's like somebody's talking about guns. My gun senses are tingling. I have to do it in line with people. Yeah, I mean, talking politics in general is dangerous. You know what I mean? Especially nowadays, it seems. It's crazy and annoying. Oh yeah, you have great school guns. Thank you. It's funny, Vinny sent me a link to get a 10 round mag, which I actually might do. Because right now I have the 5. And then I can have one in the chamber, basically.
Grant me the strength to crush your enemies. Son of a bitch. Ashley,
Alright, I'm gonna die a few times, guys. I remember this being a little difficult. Most people don't like a good debate without name calling and shit now. Yeah, you're not allowed to disagree without being a Nazi or something. That's usually how it happens. And that word got, you know, load that bitch up with flitches. Wait, what is that? I want to do Dragon's Breath. You wanna get nuts? Let's get nuts. The fuck? How did I that missed? Oh shit. Oh boy. Oh god. Oh my god. Uh-oh. Let me go. Fuck off. Ya puta. No! He killed me, I think. Did he? Okay. Flush it. I don't know what that is. Flash it? What is that? What it is? Oh shit, dude.
You move quick with such a big bastard.
Check around that rips shit apart. Oh, nice. Oh shit, not nice. There we go. Also, let me equip these. Fuck! Yeah, I'll be chatting in a moment, guys. I have to lock in. Shit. Hold on. Yeah! Oh god. It's not. But wait! There's more!
Guess your tap dancing days are over.
Shut the fuck up, Leon. What? How do I dodge that? Also, I kind of forget just how good this music is.
Back at you. Running out of options, huh?
Yeah, we are. Bro, picking up explosive barrels. Yeah, I know, right? Hey, welcome back, Rin. Fucking dummy. Oh shit, what the fuck? I pressed E, but too late. Yeah. Got him. All right, hold on. Ashley, do backflips when I do backflips when I dodge. Yeah, dude, that's special tactics, or as Lemon likes to say, special tactic. Which I think came like I think he's being sarcastic because I can't even climb that. I can. He was watching me play the Resident Evil 1 remake, and you know there's some dumb decisions that happen in there, and every time that would happen, he'd be like special tactics. The special tactics and rescue service. Or squad if you want to go on cannon. Ah, shit! Okay.
Leon, hurry! You're welcome.
Thanks.
I did it!
This fire's bound to catch their attention. Let's keep moving.
Leon, I'm not gonna turn into one of them, right?
I won't let that happen.
If you do, I'll shoot you in your fucking face. I promise. Yeah. Do I have to? Is that what that's saying? It says I have to, which is fine. I will do submachine gun ammo. Actually, I get to keep going. I'm on. I might use you for a while. And then... Teal. Let's go! Oh, shit,
Shy 5, nigga, shy 5. I didn't think you'd still be on.
Shit, nigga, shit. I didn't think you'd still be on. Yeah, I didn't either. But I'm just kind of just enjoying this fucking game, dude. I can't wait for you to play it, dude. You're gonna love it. It's so good. It's so good. Like this triggers like that flow state sometimes where it's just like, you know, shoot, melee, knife, parry, melee, switch weapons, shotgun, blow off your fucking face, pick it up. You know, fuck, dude. This is a great fucking game. Like, I really can't wait for you to play it. This and 8, which are basically the same game. I'm exaggerating.
What's going on?
Well, at least we don't have to worry about being followed. Come on.
Hi, BB. Hi. Also, you missed it, Jay. I was showing my guns off. Also, fuck. I might stop it here. I do have stuff to do tomorrow. And it's super easy for me to just play until fucking like 5 a.m. if I don't stop now, you know?
Well, I wanted to go home,
Ashley got so fucked up on this one. Why'd they make her into a sad 40-year-old cat lady? I don't see it. You're tripping, dude.
Medicine that will help to suppress the progress of your problem.
Where do we go?
Let's see.
Facetious at best. But I don't know, man. I think she's fine. You ever see the model that they actually like got her off her? You know, she's a cutie.
All right, Ashley.
Certainly not in her 40s.
I got it. Guess we better get going.
I've got some new items in stock.
But this actually does feel like a good spot to continue, you know? So I will stop it here. But let's find you guys a good replacement, a good sub. Let me get you a substitute teacher. Lame. I know. Sorry, Jay. Be strong for me, okay? Let me quit this real quick. Thank God I'm done with Jay today. Well, I mean, you can still hang out with him. I'm gonna raid out, and let me see if I can find you guys a good replacement. Someone better, if you will. I don't even think I'm that entertaining. Nah. Welcome. Good stuff, dude. Thanks, Rin. Are you streaming tonight? Are you still playing your Monster Hunter? Hey, I make friends with Jay. Jay's a Monster Hunter streamer, or at least he used to be. He's a big Monster Hunter fan. Are you going to be streaming Monster Hunter? Let me get some shoutouts first. Jay Conquers. Boom.
Anymore like they used to be.
Oh, this
I
is...
actually struggle a bit now.
Oh, this is like when am I in chat? This is like when I met you. Luco! I miss that motherfucker. It's like 4 hours late for that. Yeah.
Galaxy can get hard at times. I beat Galaxy once. Back on the actual Switch when it was...
Why is this a clip? Who clipped this? Is this a good clip? Probably not.
My favorite Mario game is Super Mario...
Is this a your boy clip that I have to delete it on site?
Probably followed by 64.
Why is this a clip? Anyway, he's a great streamer. He has hair now. And some people make the lamest clips. They do. I have to check periodically. I'm like, what were they smoking? Why is this a clip? I have to purge every now and then. But we got B90! A cool retro collecting Canuck. Oh no.
Oh, you shit, nerd! I fucked up and pressed the wrong button. Get fucking shit on. How you
Nice.
like my axe? Came to axe you.
You know what's funny?
You little bitch.
You know what's funny? I don't mean this as... You kind of sound like your boy. So toxic, I bet. I had to do a double take. I was like, did I shout out your boy? Who else we got here? Shout out Rin. Oh, dude, everybody should be following Rin. He is a retro streamer, PNG tuber, and fucking hilarious. Very entertaining. Give him a watch. I order you.
Oh my god. Giving Ivan the bread.
Samus in the background, let's go. Oh, you see it? Yeah.
Let's go.
Zero Suit Samus for the win, baby.
1 HP in your dream.
This is a Golden Sun 1 or 2.
Ivan, he's so
Actually,
beautiful.
I'm almost done.
Oh my god.
Ivan surviving that hit, so rare.
Ivan's living the actual dream right now.
He has 1 HP.
I don't want to take it from I really do not want to take the dream from him. He's been chosen.
I haven't played Lost Age. That's 2? And then what's the DS one? Because there's 3 Golden Suns. Yeah, Zero Suit Samus. And then this is the he's the Gary to my Ash. He's the Vegeta to my Goku. Lemon wedges. The one and only. Dark Dawn, I think. That sounds about right. Legit one of my best friends. I hate him. I love him. But don't tell him I said that, okay? Tell him I hate him. And next time I see him, fucking on site. Oh wait, that counts as brandishing. Never mind. Joey thinks he's Goku. Well, I'm I'm Dragon Ball Super Goku, who's basically retarded. You're literally Krillin. No, oh wait, am I Boo Saga Krillin with the hair? Hey, I got that baddie 18 though, so that's a win in my book. I'll take it. And then there wouldn't be a clip or it wouldn't be a shout out moment if I didn't shout myself out.
Mrs. Doubtfire over here.
Oh yeah, it's me, Cyber. Let me give Cyber a shout too.
He does look like it's Doubtfire. Yeah, he's the principal of Angel Grove High School. Is he really? What's he doing here? That's creepy. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Get out of here.
Get out of here. Just push him out.
Stupid.
Teenagers only.
Right?
All right, and then Cyber Lycan, who doesn't come to my streams anymore. Oh, it's Amanda. I was like, who the fuck is that? Jay's your Yajirobe. Yeah, he is. It's a little short hater.
My two favorite keyboards.
Well, he's not short, but you know what I mean. Lemon is the Android 18 to your Krillin. No, he's like... he's the TN to my Chaozu. That's way better. You see me on Jay's back and I just detonate and it doesn't work. All right, who's live? We got Shinasan playing Etrian Odyssey HD. That's a J game, isn't it? Shinasan's fun. She's a good streamer. Frogs Cure Cancer is playing Digimon Story Time Stranger. Bradtastic is playing Gotham Knights, a game that I don't think anybody likes. Yeah, I play EO. It's so good. Yeah, you guys want to see Shinasan? She's good. She's good. She's also a PNG or like a VTuber. Very friendly, very inviting, and yeah, if you guys like RPGs, I know Rin does, Jay does. Shinasan's great. Yeah, hell yeah. We're gonna race Shinasan. All right, everybody. Hope you guys all have a great rest of your night. I possibly stream this weekend, but most likely Monday. We're getting through this. I'm almost halfway there. Love you, bye. I love you too, bye. Tell Shinasan I said, what up? All right, bye guys. Except DJ. And you too, Lemon. Get my gun.